The tragedy of Richard III. With the landing of Earl Richmond and the battle at Bosworth Field. Actus primus, scona prima. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester, solus. Now is the winter of our discontent. Chapter 1000, a dead glorious summer by this son of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house. Chapter 1, in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths. Our bruised arms hung VP for monuments. Our stern alarums changed to merry meetings. Our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim visaged war hath smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds, to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber, to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I that am not shapt for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking-glass. Chapter 1, that am rudely stamped and want low's majesty, to strut before a wanton ambling nymph. Chapter 1, that am curtailed of this fair proportion. Chapter 100, heated of feature by dissembling nature. Chapter 500, formed VN finished, sent before my time. Chapter 1, NTO this breathing world, scarce half made VP. And that's so lamely and VN fashionable. That doggers bark at me as I halt by them. Why I in this weak piping time of peace ha no delight to pass away the time. Chapter 5, unless to see my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. And therefore, since I cannot prow allow to entertain these fair, well-spoken days. Chapter 1, am determined to prow a villain, and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots hoar I laid, inductions dangerous, by drunken prophesies, libels and dreams, to set my brother Clarence and the king. Chapter 1, in deadly hate the one against the other. And if King Edward be as true and earnest as I am subtle, false, and treacherous, this day should Clarence closely be mewed VP. About a prophecy which says that G. of Edward's heirs the murderer shall be. Chapter 501, you thoughts down to my soul, here Clarence comes. Enter Clarence and Brakenberry guarded. Brother, good day, what means this armed guard? That waits upon your grace. Chapter 150, his majesty tendering my person's safety, hath appointed this conduct to canoe me to Th. Tower. Rich upon what cause? Chapter 150, because my name is George. Rich, a lackey my lord, that fault is none of yours. He should for that commit your godfathers. O belike, his majesty hath some intent, that you should be new christened in the Tower. But what's the matter, Clarence, may I know? Chapter 150, yea Richard, when I know, but I protest. As yet I do not, but as I can learn. He hearkens after prophesies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be, and for my name of George begins with G. Chapter 1, T follows in his thought that I am he. These as I learn, and such like toys as these, hath moved his highness to commit me now. Rich, why this it is, when men are ruled by women. 'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. Chapter 1000, why Lady Grey his wife, Clarence 'tis she, that tempts him to this harsh extremity. Was it not she, and that good man of worship, Anthony Woodhuile, her brother there? That made him send Lord Hastings to the Tower, from whence this present day he is delivered. We are not safe, Clarence, we are not safe. Chapter 150. By Hohen, I think there is no man secure, but the Queen's kindred and night-walking heralds, that trudge betwixt the king and mistress shore. Heard you not what an humble suppliant? Chapter 50. Lord Hastings was, for her delivery, rich, humbly complaining to her deity, got my Lord Chamberlain his liberty. Chapter 49. Tell you what, I think it is our way. Chapter 1. We will keep in for with the king, to be her men and wear her livery, the earless o'erworn widow and herself, since that our brother dubbed them gentlewomen, our mighty gossips in our monarchy. I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty hath straitly genuine in charge, that no man shall ha private conference, of what degree so you with your brother. Rich, you and so, and please your worship Brakenberry, you may partake of anything we say. We speak no treason, man, we say the king. Chapter 1. Wise and virtuous, and his noble queen, well struck in years, fair, and not Ealius. We say that Shore's wife hath a pretty foot, a cherry lip, a bonny eye, a passing pleasing tongue, and that the Queen's kindred are made gentle folks. How say you, sir, can you deny all this? With this, my lord, myself ha not too. Chapter 500. Rich, not to do with Mistress Shore. Chapter 1. Tell thee fellow, he that doth not with her, excepting one, were best to do it secretly alone. What one, my lord? Rich, her husband naw, wouldst thou betray me? I do beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke. Chapter 150. We know thy charge, Brakenberry, and will obey. Rich, we are the Queen's abikes, and must obey. Brother, farewell, I will VNTO the king, and whatsoe'er you will employ me in, were it to call King Edward's widow, sister. Chapter 1. Will perform it to enfranchise you. Chapter 1000. In time, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Chapter 150. I know it pleaseth neither of these well. Rich, well, your imprisonment shall not be long. Chapter 1. Will deliver you, or else lie for you. Chapter 1000. In time ha patience. Chapter 150. I must perforce, farewell. Exit Clar. Rich, go tread the path that thou shalt near return. Simple plain Clarence, I do allow thee so, that I will shortly send thy soul to Hohen. Chapter 1. Hohen will take the present at our hands. But who comes here? The new delivered Hastings. Enter Lord Hastings. Hast, good time of day VNTO, my gracious lord. Rich, as much VNTO, my good Lord Chamberlain. Well are you welcome to this open air. How hath your lordship brooked imprisonment? Hast, with patience, noble lord, as prisoners must. But I shall leave you, my lord, to give you them thanks. That were the cause of my imprisonment. Rich, no doubt, and so shall Clarence too. For they that were your enemies are his, and ha prevailed as much on him as you. Hast more pity that the eagles should be mewed, whiles kites and buzzards play at liberty. Rich, what news abroad? Hast no news so bad abroad as this at home? The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily. Rich, now by Sion, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an Yule diet long, and hour much consumed his royal person. 'Tis very grievous to be thought vipon. Where is he in his bed? Housed he is. Rich, go you before, and I will follow you. Exit Hastings. He cannot leave, I hope, and must not die, till George be packed with post-horse VP to Hohen. Chapter 49. In to VRG his hatred more to Clarence, with lies well steeled, with weighty arguments, and if I fail not in my deep intent. Chapter 150. Arrance hath not another day to leave, which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and lo the world for me to bustle in. For then I'll marry Warwick's youngest daughter. What though I killed her husband and her father? The readiest way to make the wench amends. Chapter 1 is to become her husband and her father, the which will I not all so much for low, as for another secret close intent, by marrying her, which I must reach VNTO. But yet I run before my horse to market. Chapter 150. Arrance still breathes, Edward still lives and reigns. When they are gone, then must I count my gains. Exit. Shana Secunda. Enter the course of Henry the Sixth with halberds to guard it, Lady Anne being the mourner. Anne, set down your honourable load. Chapter 1. If honour may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament. Thvn timely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor cuckold figure of a holy king. Pale ashes of the house of Lancaster. Thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I innuicate thy ghost, to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife to thy Edward, to thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the self-assame hand that made these wounds. Chapter 50. Oh, in these windows that let forth thy life. Chapter 1. Power the helpless balmy of my poor eyes. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Chapter 100. Urged the heart that had the heart to do it. Chapter 100. Urged the blood that let this blood from hence. Chapter 1000. Or direful hap betide that hated wretch, that makes these wretched by the death of thee. Then I can wish to wallows, to spiders, toads, or any creeping, venomed thing that lives. Chapter 1. If you are he ha child, abort you be it, prodigious, and vn timely brought to light, whose vigli and vn natural aspect. Chapter 1000. I fright the hopeful mother at the view, and that be heir to his vn happiness. Chapter 1. If you are he ha wife, let her be made. Chapter 1000. Or miserable by the death of him, then I am made by my young lord, and thee. Chapter 100. Now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul's to be interred there. And still, as you are weary of this weight, rest you, whiles I lament King Henry's course. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Rich, stay you that bear the course, and set it down. And what blacky magician canaurs VP this fiend, to stop duted charitable deeds? Rich villains set down the course, or by S. Paul. Chapter 49. Make a course of him that disobeys. Gen my lord stand backy, and let the coffin pass. Rich vn mannered dog, standst thou when I command? Adduance thy halbert higher than my breast, or by S. Paul I'll strike thee to my foot, and spurn vpon the beggar for thy boldness. And what do you tremble? Are you all afraid? Alas, I blame you not, for you are mortal. And mortal eyes cannot endure the deal. Orn't thou dreadful minister of hell? Thou hadst he but power o'er his mortal body. His soul thou canst not ha, therefore be gone. Rich, sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed. And foul deal. For God's sake hence, and trouble versus not. For thou hast made the happy earth thy hell. Filled it with cursing cries, and deep exclaims. Chapter 1. If thou delight to view thy heinous deeds, behold this pattern of thy butcheries. O gentlemen, see dead Henry's wounds. Open their congealed mouths, and blade afresh. Blush, blush, thou lump of foul deformity. For 'tis thy presence that exhales this blood. From cold and empty veins, where no blood dwells. Thy deeds inhumane, and bien natural. Prouks this deluge, most bien natural. O God, which this blood mad'st ruinge his death. O earth, which this blood drink'st ruinge his death. Either hone with lightning, strike the Murthra dead. Or earth gape open wide, and eat him quick. As thou dost swallow VP this good king's blood, which his hell-gowned arm hath butchered. Rich lady, you know no rules of charity, which renders good for bad, blessings for curses. And villain, thou know'st nor law of God nor man. No beast so fierce, but knows some touch of pity. Rich, but I know none, and therefore am no beast. And oh wonderful, when deals tell the truth. Rich, more wonderful, when angels are so angry. Chapter 5. Outsafe genuine perfection of a woman. Of these supposed crimes, to gew me low. By circumstance, but to acquit myself. And vouchsafe, diffused infection of man. Of these known uils, but to gew me low. By circumstance, to curse thy cursed self. Rich, fairer than tongue can name thee, let me haw. Some patient leisure, to excuse myself. And fouler than heart can think thee. Thou canst make no excuse current, but to hang thyself. Rich, by such despair, I should accuse myself. And by despairing shalt thou stand excused. For doing worthy vengeance on thyself. That didst vn worthy slaughter vpon others. Rich, say that I slew them not. And then say they were not slain. But dead they are, and deulish slaw by thee. Rich, I did not kill your husband. And why then he is aliu? Rich, nay, he is dead, and slain by Edward's hands. And in thy foul throat thou liest. Queen Margaret saw thy murderous falchion smoking in his blood, the which thou once didst bend against her breast, but that thy brothers beat aside the point. Rich, I was provoked by her slanderous tongue, that laid their guilt vpon my guiltless shoulders. And thou wast provoked by thy bloody mind, that newer dream'st on aught but butcheries. Chapter 999. Sin't thou not kill this king? Rich, I grant ye. And dost grant me hedgehog? Then God grant me too. Thou mayst be damned for that wicked deed. Oh, he was gentle, milder, and virtuous. Rich, the better for the king of Hoen that hath him. And he is in Hoen, where thou shalt newer come. Rich, let him thank me, that holp to send him thither. For he was fitter for that place than earth. And thou vien fit for any place but hell. Rich, yes, one place else, if you will hear me name it. And some dungeon. Rich, your bed chamber. An ill rest betide the chamber where thou liest. Rich, so will it, madam, till I lie with you. And I hope so. Rich, I know so, but gentle Lady Anne, to lo this keen encounter of our wits, and fall something into a slower method. Chapter 1 is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner. And thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect. Rich, your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep, to undertake the death of all the world, so I might leave you 1 hour in your sweet bosom. And if I thought that, I tell thee homicide, these nails should rent that beauty from my cheeks. Rich, these eyes could not endure why beauty's rack. You should not blemish it if I stood by, as all the world is cheered by the sun. So I by that, it is my day, my life. And blacky night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life. Rich, curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both, and I would I were, to be ruined on thee. Rich, it is a quarrel most natural, to be ruined on him that loweth thee. And it is a quarrel earnest and reasonable, to be ruined on him that killed my husband. Rich, he that bereft the lady of thy husband. Chapter 999, it to help thee to a better husband. And his better doth not breath upon the earth. Rich, he leaves that lows thee better than he could. And name him Rich Plantagenet. And why that was he. Rich, the self-assame name, but one of better nature. And where is he? Rich here. Spits at him. Why dost thou spit at me? And would it were mortal poison, for thy sake. Rich, newer came poison from so sweet a place, and newer hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight thou dost infect mine eyes. Rich, thine eyes, sweet lady, are infected mine. And would they were basilisks to strike thee dead. Rich, I would they were, that I might die at once. For now they kill me with a leering death. Those eyes of thine, from mine have drawn salt tears, sham their aspects with store of childish drops. These eyes, which newer shed remorseful tear, know when my father York and Edward wept, to hear the piteous moan that Rutland made, when black-fact Clifford shook his sword at him, nor when thy warlike father, like a child, told the sad story of my father's death, and 20 times made pause to sob and weep, that all the standers by had wet their cheeks. Chapter 51, Key trees bedashed with rain, in that sad time. Chapter 1000, Why manly eyes did scorn and humble tear, and what these sorrows could not thence exhale. Thy beauty hath, and made them blind with weeping. Chapter 1, Newer sued to friend nor enemy. Chapter 1000, Why tongue could newer learn sweet smoothing word. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee. Chapter 1000, Why proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. She looks scornfully at him. Teach not thy lip such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. Chapter 1, F thy ruingeful heart cannot forge you. Chapter 50, O here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee. Chapter 1, Lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. He lays his breast open, she offers at with his sword. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry. But 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Nay, now dispatch, 'twas I that stabbed young Edward. But 'twas thy hohenly face that set me on. She fouls the sword. Take VP the sword again, or take VP me. And arise dissembler, though I wish thy death. Chapter 1 will not be thy executioner. Rich, then bid me kill myself, and I will do it. And I haw already. Rich, that was in thy rage. Speak it again, and ewen with the word. This hand, which for thy low did kill thy low, shall for thy low kill a far truer low. To both their deaths shalt thou be accessory. And I would I knew thy heart. Rich, 'tis figured in my tongue. And I fear me, both are false. Rich, then knew a man was true. And well, put VP your sword. Rich, say then my peace is made. And that shalt thou know hereafter. Rich, but shall I leave you in hope? And all men, I hope, leave you so. Chapter 5, outsave to wear this ring. Rich, look how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Ewen so, thy breast encloset my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. And if thy poor duted servant may, but beg one for, at thy gracious hand, thou dost confirm his happiness for you. And what is it? Rich, that it may please you lo these sad designs. To him that hath most cause to be a mourner, and presently repair to Crosby House, where after I haw solemnly interred, at Chertsey Monastery, this noble king, and wet his graw with my repentant tears. Chapter 1 will with all expedient duty see you. For Deus vn known reasons, I beseech you. Grant me this boon. And with all my heart, and much it joys me too, to see you are become so penitent. Tressel and Berkeley, go along with me. Rich, bid me farewell. And 'tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you. Chapter 999, Agin I haw said farewell already. Exit 2 with Anne. Gent towards Chertsey, noble lord. Rich, no, to Whitefriars, there attend my calming. Exit cause. Was you a woman, in this humour wooed? Was you a woman, in this humour won? Chapter 49, I haw her, but I will not keep her long. What I that killed her husband, and his father, to take her in her heart's extremest hate, with curses in her mouth, tears in her eyes, the bleeding witness of my hatred by, hawing God, her conscience, and these bars against me. And I, no friends, to back ye my sweet withal, but the plain deal and dissembling looks, and yet to win her, all the world to nothing. Hath she forgot already that braw prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury, a sweeter and a lowlier gentleman, frammed in the prodigality of nature, young, valiant, wise, and no doubt right royal, the spacious world cannot again afford. And will she yet abase her eyes on me, that cropped the golden prime of this sweet prince, and made her widow to a waffle bed? On me, whose all not equals Edward's moiety, on me that halts and a mishapen thus. Chapter 1000, Why Dukedom to a beggarly denier. Chapter 1, Do mistake my person all this while. Chapter 5, Upon my life she finds, although I cannot. Chapter 1000, Why self to be a moralist proper man. Chapter 49, be at charges for a looking glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors, to study fashions, to adorn my body, since I am crept in for with myself. Chapter 1 will maintain it with some little cost. But first I'll turn yon fellow in his graw, and then return, lamenting to my lough. Shine out, fair sun, till I haw bought a glass, that I may see my shadow as I pass. Enter Shana Tershow. Enter the Queen Mother, Lord Reuers and Lord Grey. Reu, ha patience, madam, there's no doubt his majesty will soon recover his accustomed health. Grey, in that you brook it ill, it makes him worse. Therefore, for God's sake, entertain good comfort, and cheer his grace with quick and merry eyes. 'Cause if he were dead, what would betide on me? Chapter 1. If he were dead, what would betide on me? Grey, no other harm, but loss of such a lord. 'Cause the loss of such a lord includes all harms. Grey, the Hohen's ha blessed you with a goodly son, to be your comforter when he is gone. He is young, and his minority. Chapter 1. S. Put vnto the trust of Richard Gloucester, a man that lows not me, nor none of you. Reu, is it concluded, he shall be protector? It is determined, not concluded yet. But so it must be, if the king miscarry. Enter Buckingham and Derby. Grey, here comes the Lord of Buckingham and Derby. Buck, good time of day, vnto your royal grace. Chapter 500. God make your majesty eyeful as you ha been. The Countess Richmond, good my L of Derby, to your good prayer will scarcely say Amen. Yet Derby, notwithstanding she's your wife, and lows not me, be you good lord assured. Chapter 1. Hate not you for her proud arrogance. Chapter 500. I do beseech you, either not believe you the injurious slanders of her false accusers, or if she be accused, on true report, bear with her weakness, which I think proceeds from wayward sickness and no grounded malice. Saw you the king, today my lord of Derby. Chapter 500. But now the Duke of Buckingham and I are come from visiting his majesty. What likelihood of his amendment, lords? Buck, madam, good hope, his grace speaks cheerfully. God grant him health, did you confer with him? Buck, I, madam, he desires to make atonement between the Duke of Gloucester and your brothers, and between them and my Lord Chamberlain, and sent to warn them to his royal presence. Would all were well, but that will ne'er be. Chapter 1. Fear our happiness is at the height. Enter Richard. Rich, they do me wrong, and I will not endure it. Who is it that complains, vnto the king? That I forsooth am stern and low them not. By holy Paul, they low his grace but lightly, that fill his ears with such dissentious rumors. Because I cannot flatter and look fair, smile in men's faces, smooth, deceive and cog. Chapter 500. With French nods and apish courtesy. Chapter 1. Must be held a rancorous enemy. Chapter 100. Not a plain man liu and think no harm, but thus his simple truth must be abuzzed with silken, sly, insinuating Iacchus. Grey, to who in all this presence speaks your grace? Rich, to thee, that hast nor honesty nor grace. When ha I eneared thee, when done thee wrong, or thee, or any of your faction, a plague vipon you all, his royal grace, whom God preserve better than you would wish. Chapter 100. Not be quiet scarce a breathing while, but you must trouble him with lewd complaints. Brother of Gloucester, you mistake the matter. The king, on his own royal disposition, and not provoked by any suitor else, aimings belike at your interior hatred. that in your outward action shows itself. Against my children, brothers, and myself. Chapter 1000, aches him to send, that he may learn the ground. Rich, I cannot tell, the world is grown so bad, that wrens make prey, where eagles dare not perch. Since Uri Iaki became a gentleman, there's many a gentle person made a Iaki. Come, come, we know your meaning, brother Gloucester. You and I my advancement, and my friends. God grant we ne'er may ha need of you. Rich, meantime, God grants that I ha need of you. Our brother is imprisoned by your means. Chapter 1000, why self-distract and the nobility held in contempt, while great promotions are daily genuine to ennoble those that scarce some 2 days since were worth a noble. By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I annoyed. Chapter 1, newer did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but ha been an earnest advocate to plead for him. Chapter 1000, why Lord you do me shameful in a Uri, falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. Rich, you may deny that you were not the mean of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment. Riu, she may my Lord for. Rich, she may Lord Riu's, why who knows not so. She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert. What may she not, she may, I marry may she. Riu, what marry may she? Rick, what marry may she, marry with a king, a bachelor, and a handsome stripling too. Chapter 1, why's your grandam had a worser match? My Lord of Gloucester, I ha too long borne your blunt VP braidings, and your bitter scoffs. By Hohen, I will acquaint his majesty of those gross taunts that oft I ha endured. Chapter 1, had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen, with this condition, to be so baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small I ha in being England's queen. Enter old Queen Margaret. Chapter 1000, and lessened be that small God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me. Rich, what threat you me with telling of the king? Chapter 1, will arched in presence of the king. Chapter 1, dare a duncher to be sent to Th Toa. 'Tis time to speak. Chapter 1000, why pains are quite forgot. Chapter 1000, Argaret, out deal. Chapter 1, do remember them too well. Thou killedst my husband Henry in the Tower, and Edward my poor son at Tewkesbury. Rich, ere you a queen. Chapter 1, or your husband king. Chapter 1, was a packy horse in his great affairs, a weeder out of his proud adversaries, a liberal rewarder of his friends. To royalize his blood, I spent mine own. Chapter 1000, Argaret, I in much better blood than his or thine. Rich, in all which time, you and your husband were factious for the house of Lancaster, and Riu's so were you, was not your husband. Chapter 1, in Margaret's battle at St. Albans slain. Chapter 50, let me put in your minds if you forget what you ha been ere this, and what you are. Withal, what I ha been, and what I am. QM a murtherous villain, and so still thou art. Rich, poor Clarence, did forsake his father Warwick. Chapter 1, and forswore himself, which Isu pardon. QM, which God ruined. Rich, to fight on Edward's party, for the crown. And for his maid, poor lord, he is mewed VP. Chapter 1. Would to God my heart were flint like Edward's, or Edward's soft and pitiful like mine. Chapter 1. Am too childish foolish for this world. QM hie thee to hell for shame, and lo this world. Thou cacodemon, there thy kingdom is. Reu, my lord of Gloucester, in those busy days, which hear you vrge, to prowl versus enemies. We followed then our lord, our sour rainy king. So should we you, if you should be our king. Rich if I should be, I had rather be a peddler. Far be it from my heart, the thought thereof. As little I, my lord, as you suppose. You should enjoy, were you this country's king. As little I, you may suppose in me, that I enjoy, being the queen thereof. QM a little I, enjoys the queen thereof. For I am she, and altogether eyeless. Chapter 1. Can no longer hold me patient. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out. Chapter 1. End sharing that which you ha pilled from me. Which off you trembles not, that looks on me. Chapter 1. If not that I am queen, you bow like subites. Yet that by you deparsed, you quake like rebels. Ah, gentle villain, do not turn away. Rich, foul-wrinkled witch, what mak'st thou in my sight? QM but repetition of what thou hast marred. That will I make, before I let thee go. Rich, wert thou not banished, on pain of death? QM I was, but I do find more pain in banishment. Then death can yield me here, by my abode. A husband and a son thou oustee to me. And thou a kingdom, all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I ha, by right is yours. And all the pleasures you usurp are mine. Rich, the curse my noble father laid on thee, when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorns drewst he reuers from his eyes, and then to dry them gost the duke a clout, steeped in the faultless blood of pretty Rutland. His curses then, from bitterness of soul. Chapter 500. Enounced against thee are all foulny vipon thee. And God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deeds. So earst is God to right the innocent. Hast, oh, 'twas the foulest deed to slay that babe, and the most merciless that e'er was heard of. Reu, tyrants themselves wept when it was reported. Chapter 500. Ors, no man but prophesied ruinage for it. Buck, Northumberland, then present, wept to see it. QM what, were you snarling all before I came? Ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me. Chapter 999. York's dread curse preul so much with Hohen. That Henry's death, my lowly Edward's death. Their kingdom's loss, my waffle banishment, should all but answer for that peewish brat. Chapter 100. And curses pierce the clouds and enter Hohen. Why then Jew, weigh dull clouds to my quick curses? Though not by war, by surfeit die your king. As ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales. For Edward our son, that was Prince of Wales. Chapter 500. Ye in his youth, by like VN timely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen. Outlie you thy glory, like my wretched self. Chapter 50. Ong mayst thou liu, to wail thy children's death, and see another, as I see thee now. Chapter 500. Act in thy rights, as thou art stoled in mine. Chapter 50. Ong die thy happy days before thy death, and after many lengthened hours of grief. Chapter 500. Ye neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Reuers and Dorset, you were standers by. And so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him, that none of you may lieu his natural age, but by some vn-looked accident cut off. Rich, ha done thy charm, why hateful withered hag? QM and lo out thee, stay dog, for why shalt hear me? Chapter 1. F ho and ha any grievous plague in store, exceeding those that I can wish vapon thee. O let them keep it, till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, the troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still begnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou liest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close, VP, that deadly eye of thine. Chapter 5. Unless it be while some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly duels. Thou illuish marked, aborti you rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy natiuity, the slaw of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy holy mother's womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested rich Margaret. QM Richard. Rich ho. QM I call thee not. Rich I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all these bitter names. QM why so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh let me make the period to my curse. Rich t's done by me, and ends in Margaret. Thus ha you breathed your curse against yourself. QM poor, painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strew'st thou sugar on that bottled spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst a knife to kill thyself. The day will come that thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunch-backed toad. Hast, false boding woman, end thy frantic curse. Chapter 50. East to thy harm, thou muar patience. QM foul shame vipon you ha all mood mine. Rye, were you well sorrowed, you would be taught your duty. QM to sorrow me well, you all should do me duty. Teach me to be your queen, and you my subjects. O sorrow me well, and teach your sellers that duty. Chapter 500. Ors, dispute not with her, she is lunatic. QM peace master Marquess, you are malapert. Your fire new stamp of honor is scarce current. Oh that your young nobility could ear it. What twere to lose it, and be miserable? They that stand high, how many blasts to shake them? And if they fall, they dash themselves to pieces. Rich, good counsel Mary, learn it, Marquess. Chapter 500. Or, it touches you my lord, as much as me. Rich I and much more, but I was born so high. Our eyrie buildeth in the cedar's top, and dallies with the wind, and scorns the sun. Chapter 1000. And turns the sun to shade, alas, alas. Witness my son, now in the shade of death, whose bright outshining beams, thy cloudy wrath, hath in eternal darkness folded VP. Your eyrie buildeth in our eyrie's nest. O God that seest it, do not suffer it. As it is one with blood, lost be it so. Buck peace, peace for shame, if not for charity. Chapter 1000. VRG neither charity nor shame to me. Chapter 5. Incharitably with me how you dealt, and shamefully my hopes by you are butchered. Chapter 1000. Why charity is outrage, life my shame, and in that shame still liu my sorrows rage. Back how done. Chapter 1000. O princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand. Chapter 1. And scene of league and amity with thee. Now fair befall thee, and thy noble house. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse. Buck, nor no one here, for curses newer pass the lips of those that breath them in the air. Chapter 1000. I will not think but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. O Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Chapter 50. When he fawns he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will rankle to the death. Ha not to do with him, beware of him. Sin, death, and hell ha set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him. Rich, what doth she say, my lord of Buckingham? Buck, nothing that I respect my gracious lord. Chapter 1000. What dost thou scorn me? For my gentle counsel, and sooth the deal that I warn thee from. Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say poor Margaret was a prophetess. Chapter 51. You each of you the subjects to his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's. Enter. Buck, my hair doth stand an end to hear her curses. Rue, and so doth mine, I muse why she's at liberty. Rich, I cannot blame her, by God's holy mother. She hath had too much wrong, and I repent. Chapter 1000. Why part thereof that I ha done to her. Chapter 1000. I never did her any to my knowledge. Rich, yet you ha all the vantage of her wrong. Chapter 1. Was too hot to do somebody good. That is too cold, in thinking of it now. Chapter 1000. Awry as for Clarence, he is well repaid. He is franked VP to fatting for his pains. God pardon them that are the cause thereof. Rue, a virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. To pray for them that ha done scath to these. Rich, so do I ewer, being well adoised. Speaks to himself. For had I cursed now, I had cursed myself. Enter Catesby. Chapter 100. Madam, his majesty doth call for you, and for your grace, and yours my gracious lord. Catesby, I come, lords, will you go with me? Rue, we wait upon your grace. Exeunt all but Gloucester. Rich, I do the wrong, and first begin to brawl. The secret mischiefs that I set abroach. Chapter 1. Lay vnto the grievous charge of others. Chapter 150. Errants, who I indeed ha cast in darkness. Chapter 1. Do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Derby, Hastings, Buckingham, and tell them, tease the Queen and her allies, that stir the King against the Duke my brother. Now they believe it, and withal wet me, to be ruanged on Reuers Dorset grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture, tell them that God bids these do good for Ewell. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends, stolny forth of holy writ, and seem a saint when most I play the duel. Enter two murderers. But soft, here come my executioners. How now, my hardy, stout, resolute mates? Are you now going to dispatch this thing? Chapter 54. We are my lord, and come to ha the warrant, that we may be admitted where he is. Rick, well thought vpon, I ha it here about me. When you ha done, repair to Crosby Place. But sirs be sodding in the execution. With all obdurate, do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps. Chapter 1000. I move your hearts to pity if you mark him. Chapter 54. Tut, tut, my lord, we will not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers, be assured. We go to VSC our hands, and not our tongues. Rich, your eyes drop millstones, when fools' eyes. Voltaires. Chapter 1. Like you lads, about your business straight. Go, go, dispatch. Chapter 54. We will, my noble lord. Shana quarter. Enter Clarence and Keeper. Keep, why looks your grace so hoily today? Chapter 150. I hop past a miserable night, so full of fearful dreams, of vigly sights, that as I am a Christian faithful man. Chapter 1. Would not spend another such a night, though 'twere to buy a world of happy days. So full of dismal terror was the time. Keep, what was your dream, my lord? I pray you tell me. Chapter 150. Methoughts that I had broken from the tower, and was embarked to cross to Burgundy, and in my company my brother Gloucester, who from my cabin tempted me to walk. Chapter 5. Upon the hatches there we looked toward England, and sighted VP 1,000 hoey times. Chapter 500. During the wars of York and Lancaster, that had befallen these as we packed along. Chapter 5. Upon the giddy footing of the hatches. Chapter 1000. Thought that Gloucester stumbled, and in falling, struck me that thought to stay him, our board. Chapter 1. Nto the tumbling billows of the main. O Lord, methought what pain it was to drown. What dreadful noise of water in mine ears. What sights of vigly death within mine eyes. Chapter 1000. Thoughts I saw 1,000 fearful wracks, 1,000 men that fishes gnawed vipon. Wedges of gold, great anchors, heaps of pearl. Chapter 1. Nestimable stones, envalued yules, all scattered in the bottom of the sea. Some lay in dead men's skulls, and in the holes where eyes did once inhabit, there were crept, as 'twere in scorn of eyes, reflecting gems, that wooed the slimy bottom of the deep, and mocked the dead bones that lay scattered by. Keep, had you such leisure in the time of death, to gaze upon these secrets of the deep. Chapter 150. Methought I had, and often did I strew, to yield the ghost, but still the annuous flood stopped in my soul, and would not let it forth, to find the empty, vast, and wandering air, but smothered it within my panting bulk, who almost burst to belch it in the sea. Keep, awacked you not in this sore agony. Chapter 150. No, no, my dream was lengthened after life. Oh, then began the tempest to my soul. Chapter 1. Past me thought the melancholy flood, with that so of ferrymen which poets write of. Chapter 5. Nto the kingdom of perpetual night. The first that there did greet my stranger soul was my great father-in-law, renowned Warwick, who spake aloud, what scourge for Periuri. Chapter 100. And this dark monarchy afford false clarence. And so he vanished, then came wandering by, a shadow like an angel with bright hair. Chapter 500. Abbled in blood, and he shrieked out aloud. Chapter 150. Arrance is come, false, fleeting, period Clarence, that stabbed me in the field by Tewkesbury. Seize on him furies, take him vnto torment. With that methought, a legion of foul fiends. Chapter 1. Neurand me, and howled in mine ears such hideous cries, that with the very noise. Chapter 1. Trembling whacked, and for a season after, Chapter 100. Would not believe you, but that I was in hell. Such terrible impression made my dream. Keep no moral lord, though it affrighted you. Chapter 1. Am afraid, methinks, to hear you tell it. Chapter 150. Keeper, I ha' done these things. That now giu evidence against my soul. For Edward's sake, and see how he requits me. O God, if my deep prayers cannot appease thee, but thou wilt be awed on my misdeeds, yet execute thy wrath in me alone. O spare my guiltless wife and my poor children. Keeper, I prithee sit by me a while. Chapter 1000. Why soul is hoey, and I fain would sleep. Keep, I will, my lord, God giu your grace good rest. Enter Brakenberry, the lieutenant. Bra, sorrow break seasons, and reposing hours. Chapter 1000. Aches the night morning, and the noontide night. Princes ha, but their titles for their glories. An outward honor for an inward toil. And for VN felt imaginations. They often feel a world of restless cares. So that between their titles and low name, there's nothing differs but the outward fame. Enter two murderers. One ho, who's here? Bra, what wouldst thou, fellow, and how camest thou hither? Two I would speak with Clarence, and I came hither. On my leggers. Bra, what so brief? Chapter 50. Let him see our commission, and talk no more. Reads. Bra, I am in this, commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. Chapter 1. Will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless from the meaning. There lies the Duke asleep, and there the keys. Chapter 49. To the king, and signify to him that thus I whole resign to you my charge. Enter. One you may, sir, tease a point of wisdom. Far you we what, shall we stab him as he sleeps? One no, he'll say, 'twas done cowardly when he wakes. Two, why he shall nu awake, vn till the great urgement. Chapter 500. One, why then he'll say, we stabbed him sleeping. Two, the verging of that word urgement hath bred a kind of remorse in me. One, what, art thou afraid? Two, not to kill him, hoing a warrant, but to be damned for killing him, from the which no warrant can defend me. One, I thought thou hadst been resolute. Two, so I am, to let him lie you. One, I'll back ye to the Duke of Gloucester, and tell him so. Two, nay, I prithee stay a little. I hope this passionate humour of mine will change. It was wont to hold me, but while one tells 20. One, how dost thou feel thyself now? Two, some certain dregs of conscience are yet within. Chapter 1000. One, remember our reward when the deed's done. Two, come, he dies. I had forgot the reward. Where's thy conscience now? Two, oh, in the Duke of Gloucester's purse. One, when he opens his purse to GU versus our reward, thy conscience flies out. Two, tease no matter, let it go. There's few or none will entertain it. One, what if it come to the again? Two, I'll not meddle with it. It makes a man a coward. A man cannot steal, but it accuseth him. A man cannot swear, but it checks him. A man cannot lie with his neighbor's wife, but it detects him. 'Tis a blushing shamefaced spirit that mutinies in a man's bosom. It fills a man full of obstacles. It made me once restore a purse of gold that by chance I found. It beggars any man that keeps it. It is turned out of towns and cities for a dangerous thing, and every man that means to liu well endures to trust to himself and liu without it. One, tease Ewan now at my elbow, persuading me not to kill the Duke. 2. Take the deal in thy mind, and believe him not. He would insinuate with thee, but to make thee sigh. 1. I am strong framed, he cannot prevail with me. 2. Spoke like a tall man, that respects thy reputation. Come, shall we fall to work? 1. Take him on the costard, with the hilts of thy sword, and then throw him into the malmesy butt in the next room. 2. O excellent duers, and make a sop of H soft he wakes. 2. Strike. 1. No, we'll reason with him. Chapter 150. A. Where art thou, keeper? Give me a cup of wine. 2. You shall ha wine enough, my lord, anon. Chapter 150. A. In God's name, what art thou? 1. A man as you are. Chapter 150. A. But not as I am roya, nor you as we are loyal. Chapter 150. A. Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble. 1. My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own. Chapter 150. A. How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me, why look you pale? Who sent you hither, wherefore do you come? 2. Chapter 150. A. To murder me. Both I. Chapter 150. A. You scarcely haw the hearts to tell me so, and therefore cannot haw the hearts to do it. Wherein, my friends, haw I offended you. 1. Offended versus you haw not, but the king. Chapter 150. A. I shall be reconciled to him again. 2. Newer, my lord, therefore prepare to die. Chapter 150. A. Are you drawn forth among a world of men to slay the innocent? What is my offense? Where is the evidence that doth accuse me? What lawful quest ha genuine their verdict vp? Chapter 5. Nto the frowning urge, or who pronounced the bitter sentence of poor Clarence death, before I be convict by course of law. To threaten me with death is most vn lawful. Chapter 1. Charge you as you hope for any goodness, that you depart and lay no hands on me. The deed you undertake is damnable. 1. What we will do, we do vpon command, and he that hath commanded is our king. Chapter 150. A. Erroneous vassals, the great king of kings hath in the table of his law commanded that thou shalt do no murder. Will you then spurn at his edict and fulfill a man's? Take heed, for he holds vengeance in his hand, to hurl vpon their heads that break his law. 2. And that same vengeance doth he hurl on thee, for false forswearing and for murder too. Thou didst receive the sacrament to fight. Chapter 1. In quarrel of the house of Lancaster. 1. And like a traitor to the name of God, didst break that vow, and with thy treacherous blade, vn rips the bowels of thy Saurani's son. 2. Whom thou wast sworn to cherish, and defend, how canst thou vrg God's dreadful law to these, when thou hast broke it in such dear degree? Chapter 150. A. Alas, for whose sake did I that ill deed? For Edward, for my brother, for his sake. He sends you not to murder me for this, for in that sin he is as deep as I. Chapter 1. F. God will be oranged for the deed. Oh, know you yet, he doth it publicly. Take not the quarrel from his powerful arm. He needs no indirect or lawless course to cut off those that ha offended H, who made thee then a bloudy minister, when gallant springing Bra Plantagenet, that princely Nuis was struck dead by thee. Chapter 150. A. My brothers low, the deal and my rage. 1. Thy brothers low, our duty and thy faults. Provoke these hither now, to slaughter thee. Chapter 150. A. If you do low my brother, hate not me. Chapter 1. Am his brother, and I low him well. Chapter 1. If you are heard for mead, go back ye again. And I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life. Then Edward will, for tidings of my death. 2. You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you. Chapter 150. Oh no, he loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me. 1. I so we will. Chapter 150. Tell him when that our princely father York blessed his 3 sons with his victorious arm. He little thought of this deuded friendship. Bid Gloucester think on this, and he will weep. 1. I millstones, as he lessoned verses to weep. Chapter 150. Oh, do not slander him, for he is kind. 1. Right as snow in Harust. Come, you deceive yourself, tease he that sends these to destroy you here. Chapter 150. It cannot be, for he bewept my fortune, and hugged me in his arms, and swore with sobs, that he would labor my delirium. 1. Why so he doth, when he delires you, from this earth's thraldom to the joys of Hoen. 2. Make peace with God, for you must die my lord. Chapter 150. Have you that holy feeling in your souls, to counsel me to make my peace with God? And are you yet to your own souls so blind, that you will war with God by murdering me? O sirs, consider, they that set you on to do this deed will hate you for the deed. 2. What shall we do? Chapter 150. Relent and saw your souls. Which of you, if you were a prince's son, being pent from liberty, as I am now? Chapter 1. F2. Such murderers as yourselves came to you, would not entreat for life, as you would beg, were you in my distress. 1. Relent, no, tease cowardly and womanish. Chapter 150. Not to relent is beastly soige dealish. Chapter 1000. Why, friend, I spy some pity in thy looks. Oh, if thine eye be not a flatterer. Chapter 100. Thou on my side, and entreat for me. A begging prince, what beggar pities not? 2. Look behind you, my lord, take that, and that, if all this will not do. Stabs him. Chapter 49. Drown you in the malmesy, but within. Enter. 2. A bloody deed, and desperately dispatched. How fain, like Pilate, would I wash my hands of this most grievous murder. Enter 1. Murderer. 1. How now, what mean'st thou that thou help'st me not? By Hoen the Duke shall know how slacky you have been. 2. I would he knew that I had sowed his brother. Take thou the fee, and tell him what I say. For I repent me that the Duke is slain. Enter. 1. So do not I, go coward as thou art. Well, I'll go hide the body in some hole, till that the Duke gu order for his burial. And when I haul my mead, I will away. For this will out, and then I must not stay. Exit. Actus secundus, scona prima. Flourish. Enter the king sick, the queen, Lord Marquess Dorset, Reuers. Hastings. Chapter 100. Catesby, Buckingham, Woodwill. King, why so? Now har I done a good day's work. You peers, continue this v-nighted leg. Chapter 1. Every day expect an embassage from my Redeemer to redeem me hence. And more to peace, my soul shall part to Hoen, since I ha made my friends at peace on earth. Chapter 500. Orset and Reuers take each other's hand. Chapter 501. Assemble not your hatred, swear your low. Reu, by Hoen, my soul is purged from grudging hate, and with my hand I seal my true heart's low. Hast, so three you I, as I truly swear the like. King, take heed you dally not before your king. Chapter 50, Est he that is the supreme king of kings. Chapter 100, Unfound your hidden falsehood and a wood. Either of you, to be the other's end. Hast, so prosper I, as I swear perfect low. Rye and I, as I low Hastings with my heart. King, madam, yourself is not exempt from this. Nor you son Dorset, Buckingham nor you. You have been factious, one against the other. Wife, low Lord Hastings, let him kiss your hand. And what you do, do it vien feignedly. There Hastings, I will newer more remember. Our former hatred, so three you I and mine. King Dorset, embrace him. Hastings, low Lord Marquess. Chapter 500, or this interchange of low I here protest. Chapter 5, upon my part shall be inviolable. Hast, and so swear I. King, now princely Buckingham, seal why this league. With thy embracements to my weus allies. And make me happy in your vanity. Buck, when your Buckingham doth turn his hate. Chapter 5, upon your grace, but with old Duchess low. Chapter 500, Oth cherish you and yours, God punish me. With hate in those, where I expect most low. When I ha most need to employ a friend. And most assured that he is a friend. Chapter 500, Eep hollow, treacherous, and full of guile. Be he vnto me, this do I beg of Hohen. When I am cold in low, to you or yours. Embrace. King, a pleasing cordial, princely Buckingham. Chapter 1, Is this thy vow, vnto my sickly heart? There wanteth now our brother Gloucester here. To make the blessed period of this peace. Buck, and in good time. Here comes Sir Richard Ratcliffe and the Duke. Enter Ratcliffe and Gloucester. Rich, good morrow to my sour rainy king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day. King, happy indeed, as we ha spent the day. Gloucester, we ha done deeds of charity. Chapter 1000, A dead piece of enmity, fair low of hate. Between these swelling, wrong incensed peers. Rich, a blessed labour, my most sour rainy lord. Among this princely heap, if any here. By false intelligence, or wrong surmise. Hold me a foe, if I vien willingly, or in my rage. Ha aught committed, that is hardly borne. To any in this presence, I desire. To reconcile me, to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me, to be at enmity. Chapter 1, Hate it, and desire all good men's low. First, madam, I entreat true peace of you. Which I will purchase, with my Duchess Serois. Of you my noble Carson Buckingham. Chapter 1, If you any grudge were lodged between these. Of you and you, Lord Reuers and of Dorset. That all without desert ha frowned on me. Of you Lord Woodwill, and Lord Scales of you. Chapter 500, Dukes, Earls, Lords, Gentlemen, indeed of all. Chapter 1, Do not know that Englishman Aliu. With whom my soul is any eat at odds. Chapter 1000, Or then the infant that is born tonight. Chapter 1, Thank my God for my humility. A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. Chapter 1, Would to God all strifes were well compounded. Chapter 1000, Why sour rainy Lord, I do beseech your highness. To take our brother Clarence to your grace. Rich, why madam, or I offered low for this. To be so floated in this royal presence. Who knows not that the gentle Duke is dead. They all start. You do him in a fury to scorn his course. King who knows not he is dead. Who knows he is? All-seeing Hoen, what a world is this? Buck, look I so pale Lord Dorset, as the rest. Chapter 500, or, I my good lord, and no man in the presence. But his red colour hath forsook his cheeks. King is Clarence dead, the order was ruest. Rich, but he poor man, by your first order died. And that a winged Mercury did bear. Some tardy cripple bear the countermand. That came too lag to see him buried. God grant that some less noble and less loyal, nearer in bloody thoughts and not in blood. Chapter 500, Esseru not worse than wretched Clarence did, and yet go current from suspicion. Enter Earl of Derby. Chapter 500, a boon my sour rainy for my Ceruis done. King, I prithee peace, my soul is full of sorrow. Chapter 500, I will not rise, unless your hinds hear me. King, then say at once, what is it thou requests? Chapter 500, the forfeit sour rainy of my Ceruant's life, who slew today a riotous gentleman. Chapter 50, eightly attendant on the Duke of Norfolk. King, hore I a tongue to doom my brother's death. And shall that tongue gie you pardon to a slaw? Chapter 1000, why brother killed no man, his fault was thought. And yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him, who, in my wrath, kneeled at my feet, and bid me be adoized. Who spoke of brotherhood, who spoke of law, who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick, and did fight for me. Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me, and said, dear brother Liu, and be a king. Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me, Ewan in his garments, and did Giu himself, all thin and naked, to the numb cold night. All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath, sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. But when your carters, or your waiting vassals, have done a drunken slaughter, and defact the precious image of our dear Redeemer, you straight are on your knees for pardon, pardon. And I venially too must grant it you. But for my brother not a man would speak, nor I gracious speak vnto myself. For him poor soul, the proudest of you all, ha been beholding to him in his life. Yet none of you would once beg for his life. O God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me and you, and mine and yours for this. Chapter 100, Hastings help me to my closet. Ah poor Clarence, exeunt some with K and Queen. Rich, this is the fruits of rations, marked you not? How that the guilty kindred of the Queen. Chapter 50, ooked pale when they did hear of Clarence's death. Oh, they did vrge it still vnto the king. God will revenge it, come lords will you go to comfort Edward with our company. Buck, we wait vpon your grace. Exeunt. Shana secunda. Enter the old Duchess of York, with the two children of. Chapter 150, Arrants. Edward, good grandam tell V's, is our father dead. Chapter 500, no boy. Chapter 500, or why do weep so oft, and beat your breast, and cry, O Clarence, my vn happy son? Boy, why do you look on V's, and shake your head, and call versus orphans, wretches, castaways? Chapter 1, if that our noble father were aliu. Chapter 500, my pretty Carsons, you mistake me both. Chapter 1. Do lament the sickness of the king, as loath to lose him, not your father's death. Chapter 1. T were lost sorrow to wail one that's lost. Boy, then you conclude, my grandam he is dead. The king mine vnckly is to blame for it. God will revenge it, whom I will importune with earnest prayers, all to that effect. Chapter 500. Or, and so will I. Chapter 500. Peace children peace, the king doth allow you well. Chapter 1. Incapable and shallow innocence. You cannot guess who caused your father's death. Boy, grandam we can, for my good vnckly Gloucester told me the king provocked to it by the queen. Chapter 500. Used impeachments to imprison him. And when my vnckly told me so, he wept, and pitied me, and kindly kissed my cheek, bade me rely on him, as on my father, and he would allow me dearly, as a child. Chapter 500. That deceit should steal such gentle shape, and with a virtuous visor hide deep vice. He is my son, and therein my shame. Yet from my duggars he drew not this deceit. Boy, think you my vnckly did dissemble grandam? Chapter 500. I boy. Boy, I cannot think it. Hark, what noise is this? Enter the queen with her hair about her ears, reuers and Dorset. After her, who shall hinder me to wail and weep, to chide my fortune and torment myself? Chapter 49. Ein with blacky despair against my soul, and to myself become an enemy. Chapter 500. What means this scene of rude impatience? To make an act of tragic violence. Edward, my lord, thy son, our king is dead. Why grow the branches when the root is gone? Why wither not the lows that want their sap? Chapter 1. If you will lay you lament, if die be brief, that our swift-winged souls may catch the king's, or like obedient subjects follow him to his new kingdom of near-changing night. Chapter 500. So much interest whore in thy sorrow, as I had title in thy noble husband. Chapter 1. Whore bewept a worthy husband's death, and lewd with looking on his images, but now two mirrors of his princely semblance are cracked in pieces by malignant death. And I for comfort whore but one false glass, that grieves me when I see my shame in him. Thou art a widow, yet thou art a mother, and hast the comfort of thy children left. But death hath snatched my husband from mine arms, and plucked two crutches from my feeble hands. Chapter 150. Arrance and Edward. Oh, what cause whore I? Thine being but a moiety of my moan, to hour go thy woes, and drown thy cries. Boy, our aunt, you wept not for our father's death. How can we aid you with our kindred tears? Chapter 500. Or, our fatherless distress was left vn moaned. Your widow Dala likewise be vn wept. Could you me no help in lamentation? Chapter 1. Am not barren to bring forth complaints. All springs reduce their currents to mine eyes, that I being gowned by the watery moon. Chapter 1000. I send forth plenteous tears to drown the world. For my husband, for my dear Lord Edward. Chapter 100. Hill. For our father, for our dear Lord Clarence. Chapter 500. Alas for both mine Edward and Clarence. What stay had I but Edward, and he's gone. Chapter 100. Hill. What stay had we but Clarence, and he's gone. Chapter 500. What stays had I but they, and they are gone. Was new a widow had so dear a loss. Chapter 100, Hill, were newer orphans had so dear a loss. Chapter 500, was newer mother had so dear a loss. Alas, I am the mother of these griefs. Their woes are parcelled, mine is general. She for an Edward weeps, and so do I. Chapter 1, for a Clarence weeps, so doth not she. These babes for Clarence weep, so do not they. Alas, you three, on me threefold distressed. Power all your tears, I am your sorrow's nurse. And I will pamper it with lamentation. Chapter 500, or Comfort dear mother, God is much displeased. That you take with vien thankfulness his doing. Chapter 1, en common worldly things, 'tis called vien grateful. With dull vien willingness to repay a debt, which with a bounteous hand was kindly lent. Chapter 1000, much more to be thus opposite with Hohen. For it requires the royal debt it lent you. Reviewers, madam, bethink you like a careful mother. Of the young prince your son, send straight for him. Chapter 50, at him be crowned, in him your comfort lies. Chapter 500, roan desperate sorrow in dead Edward's graw. And plant your eyes in lewing Edward's throne. Enter Richard, Buckingham, Derby, Hastings, and Ratcliffe. Rich sister hog comfort, all of verses hog cause. To wail the dimming of our shining star. But none can help our harms by wailing them. Chapter 1000, Adam, my mother, I do cry you mercy. Chapter 1, did not see your grace, humbly on my knee. Chapter 1, cry your blessing. Chapter 500, God bless thee and put meekness in thy breast. Chapter 50, our charity, obedience, and true duty. Rich, amen, and make me die a good old man. That is the but end of a mother's blessing. Chapter 1, marvel that her grace did low it out. Buck, you cloudy princes, and heart-sorrowing peers, that bear this holy mutual load of moan. Now cheer each other in each other's low. Though we all spent our harvest of this king, we are to reap the harvest of his son. The broken rancor of your high-swalny hates, but lately splintered, knit, and ironed together. Chapter 1000, Ust gently be pursued, cherished, and kept. Chapter 1000, E seemeth good that with some little train, forthwith from Ludlow the young prince be set, hither to London to be crowned our king. Reviewers, why with some little train? Chapter 1000, why Lord of Buckingham? Buck, marry my lord, least by a multitude. The new-healed wound of malice should break out, which would be so much the more dangerous. By how much the estate is green, and yet vean gowned, where Ury horse bears his commanding reiny, and may direct his course as please himself, as well the fear of harm as harm apparent. Chapter 1, in my opinion, ought to be prevented. Rich, I hope the king made peace with all of these, and the compact is firm and true in me. Rew, and so in me, and so, I think, in all. Yet since it is but green, it should be put to no apparent likelihood of breach, which haply by much company might be verged. Therefore I say, with noble Buckingham, that it is meet so few should fetch the prince. Hast, and so say I. Rich, then be it so, and go we to determine who they shall be that straight shall post to London. Chapter 1000, Adam, and you my sister will you go to Geu your censures in this business. Exeunt. Chapter 1000, Annet Buckingham and Richard. Buck, my lord, who you are your nigh to the prince. For God's sake, let not these two stay at home. For by the way, I'll sort occasion, as index to the story we late talked of, to part the queen's proud kindred from the prince. Rich, my other self, my council's consistory. Chapter 1000, Why Oracle, my prophet, my dear Carson. Chapter 1, As a child, will go by thy direction. Toward London then, for we'll not stay behind. Exeunt. Shana Tersho. Enter one citizen at one door, and another at the other. One sit, good morrow neighbour, whether away, sir? Versed. Two sit, I promise you I scarcely know myself. Hear you the news abroad, which in his nonage counsel vi endure him, and in his full and ripened years himself. No doubt shall then, until then gowan we so stood the state, when Henry the Sixth was crowned in Paris, but at 9 months stood the state so, no, good friends, God wot. For then this land was famously enriched with politic gros counsel, then the king had virtuous viencles to protect his grace, or by his father there were none at all. For emulation, who shall now be nearest, will touch these all too near, if God preeunt not. O full of danger is the Duke of Gloucester, and the Queen's sons and brothers haught and proud. And were they to be ruled, and not to rule, this sickly land might solace as before. When great lows fall, then winter is at hand. When the sun sets, who doth not look for night? Chapter 5, Untimely storms makes men expect a dearth. All may be well, but if God sort it so, 'tis more than we deserve, or I expect. 3 and so was I'll bear you company. Exeunt. Shana Quarter. Enter Archbishop, young York, the Queen, and the Duchess. Arch, last night, I heard they lay at Stony Stratford, and at Northampton they do rest tonight. Tomorrow or next day they will be here. Chapter 500, I long with all my heart to see the prince. Chapter 1, Hope he is much grown since last I saw him. But I hear no, they say my son of York has almost o'ertaken him in his growth. York I mother, but I would not har it so. Chapter 500, Why my good Carson, it is good to grow. Your grandam, one night as we did sit at supper. Chapter 1000, Why viencly Riuas talked how I did grow. Chapter 1000, Or then my brother, I quoth my viencly Gloucester. Small herbs haw grace, great weeds do grow apace. And since, methinks, I would not grow so fast, because sweet flowers are slow, and weeds make hast. Chapter 500, good faith, the saying did not hold. Chapter 1, And him that did obike the same to thee. He was the wretchedste thing when he was young, so long a-growing, and so leisurely, that if his rule were true, he should be gracious. And so no doubt he is, my gracious madam. Chapter 500, I hope he is, but yet let mothers doubt. Now by my troth, if I had been remembered. Chapter 1, Could Hodgiuan my viencles grace, a flout, to touch his growth, nearer than he tucked mine. Chapter 500, How my young York. Chapter 1, Prithee let me hear it. Mary, they say, my viencly grew so fast, that he could gnaw a crust at 2 hours old. 'Twas full 2 years ere I could get a tooth. Grandam, this would ha' been a biting east. Chapter 500, I prithee pretty York, who told thee this? Your grandam, his nurse. Chapter 500, His nurse, why she was dead ere why wast born. Your, if 'twere not she, I cannot tell who told me. Caparless boy, go to, you are too shrewd. Chapter 500. Good madam, be not angry with the child. Capitures haw ears. Enter a messenger. Arch, here comes a messenger, what news? Chapter 1000. Ease, such news, my lord, as grieves me to report. How doth the prince? Chapter 1000. Ease, well madam, and in health. Chapter 500. What is thy news? Chapter 1000. Lord Reuers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret, and with them Sir Thomas Vaughan, prisoners. Chapter 500. Who hath committed them? Chapter 1000. Ease, the mighty Dukes Gloucester and Buckingham. Arge, for what offence? Chapter 1000. Ease, the sum of all I can I haw disclosed. Why or for what the nobles were committed. Chapter 1. All vn known to me, my gracious lord. I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now hath seized the gentle hind. Chapter 1. Insulting tyranny begins to eat. Chapter 5. Upon the innocent and awless throne. Welcome destruction, blood and massacre. Chapter 1. See as in a map the end of all. Chapter 500. Accursed and vien quiet wrangling days. How many of you haw mine eyes beheld? Chapter 1000. Why husband lost his life to get the crown. And often VP and down my sons were tossed. For me to eye and weep their gain and loss. And being seated and domestic broils. Chapter 150. E'en hour blown, themselves the conquerors. Chapter 1000. Aqua vipon themselves, brother to brother. Blood to blood, self against self, O preposterous. And frantic outrage, end thy damned spleen. Or let me die, to look on earth no more. Come, come, my boy, we will to sanctuary. Chapter 1000. Adam Farwell. Chapter 500. Stay, I will go with you. You haw no cause. Arch, my gracious lady, go. And thither bear your treasure and your goods. For my part, I'll resign VNTO your grace. The seal I keep, and so betide to me. As well I tender you, and all of yours. Go, I'll conduct you to the sanctuary. Exeunt. Actus tertius, scona prima. The trumpets sound. Enter young prince, the Dukes of Gloucester and Buckingham, Lord Cardinal, with others. Buck, welcome, sweet prince, to London. To your chamber. Rich, welcome, dear Carson, my thoughts sour rain. The weary way hath made you melancholy. Prin, no viencli, but our crosses on the way. Haw made it tedious, wearisome, and hoey. Chapter 1. Want more viencles here to welcome me. Rich, sweet prince, the vien-tainted virtue of your years hath not yet dewed into the world's deceit. No more can you distinguish of a man than of his outward show, which God he knows. Seldom or newer eampeth with the heart. Those viencles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugred words, but looked not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them, and from such false friends. Prin, God keep me from false friends. But they were none. Rich, my lord, the Mayor of London comes to greet you. Enter Lord Mayor. Chapter 50. O Mayor, God bless your grace with health and happy days. Prin, I thank you, good my lord, and thank you all. Chapter 1. thought my mother and my brother York. Would long, ere this, ha met V's on the way. Fie, what a slug is Hastings, that he comes not to tell V's whether they will come or no. Enter Lord Hastings. Buck, and in good time, here comes the sweating. Chapter 50, Ord. Prince, welcome, my lord, what will our mother? Chapter 100, Ohm. Hast, on what occasion God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother, and your brother York. Ha taken sanctuary, the tender prince. Would fain ha come with me, to meet your grace. But by his mother, was perforce withheld. Buck, fie, what an indirect and peevish course. Chapter 1, is this of hers, Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen, to send the Duke of York. Chapter 5, NTO his princely brother presently. Chapter 1, F. she Denny, Lord Hastings go with him. And from her earless arms, pluck him perforce. Chapter 100, Ard, my Lord of Buckingham, if my weak oratory. Chapter 100, and from his mother win the Duke of York. Anon expect him here, but if she be obdurate, to milder entreaties, God forbid, we should infringe the holy portrayal of blessed sanctuary, not for all this land would I be guilty of so great a sin. Buck, you are too senseless obstinate, my lord, too ceremonious and traditional. Weigh it but with the grossness of this age. You break not sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings ha deserved the place, and those who ha the wit to claim the place. This prince hath neither claimed it, nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot ha it. Then taking him from thence, that is not there. You break no privilege, nor charter there. Oft ha I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, near till now. Chapter 100, Ard, my lord, you shall re-rule my mind for once. Chapter 100, Oman, Lord Hastings, will you go with me? Hast, I go, my lord. Exit Cardinal, and Hastings. Prince, good lords, make all the speedy hast you may. Say VNC Gloucester, if our brother come. Where shall we sojourn till our coronation? Glow, where it thinksty best VNTO your royal self. Chapter 1, if I may counsel you some day or two. Your Highness shall repose you at the Tower. Then where you please, and shall be thought most fit. For your best health and recreation. Prince, I do not like the Tower of any place. Chapter 999, Julius Caesar build that place, my lord. Buck, he did, my gracious lord, begin that place, which since succeeding ages ha re-edified. Prince, is it vpon record, or else reported? Successively from age to age, he built it. Buck, vpon record, my gracious lord. Prince, but say, my lord, it were not registered. Chapter 1000, he thinks the truth should liu from age to age, as twere retailed to all posterity. Ewan to the general ending day. Glow, so wise, so young, they say do nur liu long. Prince, what say you, VNC? Glow, I say, without characters, fame lius long. Thus, like the formal vice, iniquity. Chapter 1, moralize two meanings in one word. Prince, that Julius Caesar was a famous man. With what his valor did, enrich his wit. His wit set down, to make his valor liu. Chapter 500, Eth makes no conquest of his conqueror. For now he lius in fame, though not in life. Chapter 49, I tell you what, my cousin Buckingham. Buck, what my gracious lord. Prince, and if I live till I be a man. Chapter 49. Win our ancient right in France again. Or die a soldier, as I live a king. Glow, short summers, lightly horror forward spring. Enter young York, Hastings, and Cardinal. Buck, now in good time, here comes the Duke of York. Prince Richard of York, how fares our noble brother? York, well, my dear lord, so must I call you now. Prince, I brother to our grief, as it is yours. Too late he died, that might ha kept that title, which by his death hath lost much majesty. Glow, how fares our cousin, noble lord of York? York, I thank you, gentle Vincently, O my lord. You said that idle weeds are fast in growth. The prince, my brother, hath outgrown me far. Glow, he hath, my lord. York, and therefore is he idle. Glow, O my fair cousin, I must not say so. York, then he is more beholding to you than I. Glow, he may command me as my sour rainy. But you ha power in me, as in a kinsman. York, I pray you Vincently, give me this dagger. Glow, my dagger, little cousin, with all my heart. Prince, a beggar, brother. York, of my kind Vincently, that I know will give you. And being but a toy, which is no grief to give you. Glow, a greater gift than that, I'll give you, my cousin. York, a greater gift, oh, that's the sword to it. Glow, I gentle cousin, were it light enough. York, oh, then I see, you will part but with light gifts. Chapter 1. And weightier things you'll essay a beggar nay. Glow, it is too weighty for your grace to wear. York, I weigh it lightly, were it hoyers. Glow, what would you harm my weapon, little lord? York, I would that I might thank you, as you. Chapter 100. All me. Glow, how? York, little. Prince, my lord of York, will still be cross in talk. Chapter 5. Enriches, your grace knows how to bear with him. York, you mean to bear me, not to bear with me. Chapter 5. Enriches, my brother mocks both you and me. Because that I am little, like an ape. He thinks that you should bear me on your shoulders. Buck, with what a sharp-proided wit he reasons. To mitigate the scorn, he jeers his Vincently. He prettily and aptly taunts himself. So cunning and so young is wonderful. Glow, my lord, wilt please you pass along. Chapter 1000. Why self and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the Tower and welcome you. York, what will you go to the Tower, my lord? Prince, my lord protector will ha it so. York, I shall not sleep in quiet at the Tower. Glow, why, what should you fear? York, marry, my Vincently Clarence angry ghost. Chapter 1000. Why Grandam told me he was murdered there. Prince, I fear no Vincentles dead. Glow, nor none that lay you, I hope. Prince, and if they lay you, I hope I need not fear. But come, my lord, and with a holy heart, thinking on them, go I to the Tower. A senate, exeunt Prince York, Hastings, and Dorset. Chapter 1000. Annet Richard, Buckingham, and Catesby. Buck, think you, my lord, this little prating York was not incensed by his subtle mother to taunt and scorn you thus opprobriously? Glow, no doubt, oh, 'tis a perilous boy. Bold, quick, ingenious, forward, capable. He is all the mother's, from the top to toe. Buck, well, let them rest, come hither, Catesby. Thou art sworn as deeply to effect what we intend, as closely to conceal what we impart. Thou know'st he our reasons, we are jeed, we pon the way. What think'st thou, is it not an easy matter to make William Lord Hastings of our mind, for the installment of this noble Duke? Chapter 1. In the seat royal of this famous isle. Chapter 108. He for his father's sake so lows the prince, that he will not be one to aught against him. Buck, what think'st thou then of Stanley? Will not he? Chapter 108. He will do all in all as Hastings doth. Buck, well then, no more but this. Go, gentle Catesby, and as it were far off, sound thou Lord Hastings, how he doth stand affected to our purpose, and summon him tomorrow to the Tower, to sit about the coronation. Chapter 1. If thou dost find him tractable to these, encourage him, and tell him all our reasons. Chapter 1. If he be leaden, issy, cold, vn willing, be thou so too, and so break off the talk, and giu versus notice of his inclination. For we tomorrow hold deuded councils, wherein thyself shalt highly be employed. Rich, commend me to Lord William, tell him Catesby, his ancient knot of dangerous adversaries, tomorrow are let blood at Pomfret Castle, and bid my lord, for I of this good news, giu mistress, sure one gentle kiss the more. Buck, good Catesby, go effect this business soundly. Chapter 108. My good lords both, with all the heed I can. Rich, shall we hear from you, Catesby, ere we sleep? Chapter 108. You shall, my lord. Rich, at Crosby House, there shall you find verses both. Exit Catesby. Buck, now, my lord. What shall we do, if we pursue you? Chapter 50. Lord Hastings will not yield to our complots. Rich, chop off his head. Something we will determine. And look, when I am king, claim thou of me the earldom of Hereford and all the mowables, whereof the king, my brother, was possessed. Buck, I'll claim that promise at your grace's hand. Rich, and look to how it yielded with all kindness. Chapter 100. Let verses superb betimes, that afterwards we may digest our complots in some form. Exeunt. Scena secunda. Enter a messenger to the door of Hastings. Chapter 1000. My lord, my lord. Hast who knocks? Chapter 1000. One from the Lord Stanley. Hast what is the clock? Chapter 1000. Vipon the stroke of 4. Enter Lord Hastings. Hast, cannot my Lord Stanley sleep these tedious nights? Chapter 1000. So it appears by that I ought to say. First, he commends him to your noble self. Hast what then? Chapter 1000. Then certifies your lordship that this night he dreamt the boar had rased off his helmy. Besides, he says there are 2 councils kept, and that may be determined at the one, which may make you and him to rue at th other. Therefore he sends to know your lordship's pleasure. Chapter 1. If you will presently take horse with him, and with all speed post with him toward the north, to shun the danger that his soul deuines. Hast, go fellow, go, return vnto thy lord. Bid him not fear the separated counsel. His honor and myself are at the one, and at the other is my good friend Catesby. Where nothing can proceed, that toucheth these, whereof I shall not haw intelligence. Tell him his fears are shallow, without instance. And for his dreams, I wonder he's so simple. to trust the mockery of VN quiet slumbers, to fly the boar before the boar pursues, were to incense the boar to follow V's, and make pursuit where he did mean no chase. Go, bid thy master rise, and come to me, and we will both together to the tower, where he shall see the boar will VSC V's kindly. Chapter 1000 S. I'll go, my lord, and tell him what you say. Enter Catesby. Chapter 100 8. Many good morrows to my noble lord. Hast, good morrow, Catesby, you are early stirring. What news, in this our tottering state? Chapter 100 8. It is a reeling world indeed, my lord. And I believe you will newer stand vpright, till Richard wear the garland of the realmy. Hast, how wear the garland? Chapter 500 East thou mean the crown. Chapter 108 I, my good lord. Hast, I'll whore this crown of mine cut fro my shoulders, before I'll see the crown so foul misblacked. But canst thou guess that he doth aim at it? Chapter 108 I, on my life and hopes to find you forward. Chapter 5 Upon his party for the gain thereof. And thereupon he sends you this good news, that this same very day your enemies, the kindred of the Queen, must die at Pomfret. Hast, indeed, I am no mourner for that news, because they ha been still my adversaries, but that I'll giu my voice on Richard's side, to bar my master's heirs in true descent. God knows I will not do it to the death. Chapter 108 God keep your lordship in that gracious. Chapter 1001 NDE. Hast, but I shall laugh at this a 12 month hence, that they which brought me in my master's hate. Chapter 1 Liu to look vpon their tragedy. Well, Catesby, ere a fortnight make me older. Chapter 49 He sends some packing that yet think not on't. Chapter 108 'Tis a vile thing to die, my gracious lord, when men are VN prepared and look not for it. Hast, O monstrous, and so falls it out, with Reuers Vaughan Grey, and so twill do, with some men else that think themselves as safe as thou and I, who, as thou know'st, are dear to princely Richard and to Buckingham. Chapter 108 The princes both make high account of you, for they account his head vpon the bridge. Hast, I know they do, and I ha well deserved it. Enter Lord Stanley. Chapter 100 come on, where is your boar spear man? Fear you the boar, and go so VN prided. Stan, my lord, good morrow, Catesby. You may east on, but by the holy rood. Chapter 1 Do not like these sure old counsels I. Hast, my lord, I hold my life as dear as yours, and newer in my days, I do protest. Was it so precious to me, as 'tis now? Think you, but that I know our state secure? Chapter 1 would be so triumphant as I am. Star, the lords at Pomfret, they rode from London, were iacund, and supposed their states were sure. And they indeed had no cause to mistrust. But yet you see how soon the day o' recast. This sudden stab of rancor I misdoubt. Pray God, I say, I prow a needless coward. What shall we toward the tower? The day is spent. Hast, come, haw with you. What you what, my lord? Today the lords you talk of are beheaded. Star, they for their truth might better wear their heads. Then some that haw accused them wear their hats. But come, my lord, let's away. Enter a pursuant. Hast, go on before, I'll talk with this good fellow. Exit Lord Stanley and Catesby. How now, sirrah, how goes the world with thee? Pers the better, that your lordship please to ask. Hast, I tell thee man, 'tis better with me now. Then when thou met'st me last, where now we meet. Then was I going prisoner to the Tower, by the suggestion of the Queen's allies. But now I tell thee, keep it to thyself. This day those enemies are put to death, and I in better state than ere I was. Pers, God hold it, to your honour's good content. Hast, gramercy fellow, there drink that for me. Throws him his purse. Pers, I thank your honour. Exit pursuant. Enter a priest. Priest, well met, my lord, I am glad to see your honour. Hast, I thank thee, good Sir Ion, with all my heart. Chapter 1, am in your debt for your last exercise. Chapter 100, the next Sabbath, and I will content you. Priest, I'll wait vipon your lordship. Enter Buckingham. Buck, what talking with a priest, Lord Chamberlain? Your friends at Pomfret, they do need the priest. Your honour hath no shrewing work in hand. Hast, good faith, and when I met this holy man, the men you talk of came into my mind. What, go you toward the Tower? Buck, I do, my lord, but long I cannot stay there. Chapter 1, shall return before your lordship thence. Hast, nay like enough, for I stay dinner there. Buck, and supper too, although thou know'st it not. Chapter 100, will you go? Hast, I'll wait vipon your lordship. Exeunt. Scena tertia. Enter Sir Richard Ratcliffe, with halberds, carrying the nobles to death at Pomfret. Reviewers, Sir Richard Ratcliffe, let me tell thee this. Today shalt thou behold a subject die. For truth, for duty, and for loyalty. Grey, God bless the prince from all the pack of you. And not you are, of damned bloodsuckers. Chapter 5, all you liu that shall cry woe for this hereafter. Rat, dispatch, the limit of your lius is out. Reviewers, O Pomfret, Pomfret, O thou bloody prison. Fatal and ominous to noble peers. Within the guilty closure of thy walls. Richard II here was hacked to death. And for more slander to thy dismal seat. We giu to our guiltless blood to drink. Grey, now Margaret's curse is foully vipon our heads. When she exclaimed on Hastings, you and I. For standing by, when Richard stabbed her son. Reviewers, then cursed she Richard. Then cursed she Buckingham. Then cursed she Hastings, oh remember God. To hear her prayer for them, as now for these. And for my sister, and her princely sons. Be satisfied, dear God, with our true blood. Which, as thou know'st, venously must be spilt. Rat, make haste, the hour of death is expiate. Reviewers, come Grey, come Vaughan, let these here embrace. Farewells the until we meet again in Hohen. Exeunt. Scena quarta. Enter Buckingham, Derby, Hastings, Bishop of Ely, Norfolk. Ratcliffe. Chapter 50, Owell with others at a table. Hast, now noble peers, the cause why we are met. Chapter 1, to determine of the coronation. Chapter 1, in God's name speak, when is the royal day? Buck, is all things ready for the royal time? Chapter 500, it is, and wants but nomination. Ely, tomorrow then I urge a happy day. Buck, who knows the Lord Protector's mind herein? Who is most inward, with the noble Duke. Ely, your grace, we think, should soonest know his. Chapter 1001, NDE. Buck, we know each other's faces, for our hearts. He knows no more of mine than I of yours, or I of his, my lord, than you of mine. Chapter 50, Ord Hastings, you and he are near in Low. Hast, I thank his grace, I know he lows me well, but for his purpose in the coronation. Chapter 1, ha not sounded him, nor he delued his gracious pleasure any way therein. But you, my honourable lords, may name the time, and in the Duke's behalf I'll gie you my voice, which I presume he'll take in gentle part. Enter Gloucester. Ely, in happy time, here comes the Duke himself. Rich, my noble lords, and cousins all, good morrow. Chapter 1, ha been long a sleeper, but I trust. Chapter 1000, why absence doth neglect no great design, which by my presence might ha been concluded. Buck, had you not come vipon your cue, my lord, William, Lord Hastings, had pronounced your part. Chapter 1, mean your voice for crowning of the king. Rich, then my Lord Hastings, no man might be bolder. His lordship knows me well, and lows me well. Chapter 1000, why Lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn. Chapter 1, saw good strawberries in your garden there. Chapter 1, do beseech you, send for some of them. Ely, Mary and Will, my lord, with all my heart. Exit Bishop. Rich, cousin of Buckingham, a word with you. Chapter 100, Catesby hath sounded Hastings in our business, and finds the testy gentleman so hot, that he will lose his head, ere you consent. His master's child, as worshipfully he terms it, shall lose the royalty of England's throne. Buck, withdraw yourself a while, I'll go with you. Exeunt. Chapter 500, Arb, we have not yet set down this day of triumph. Tomorrow, in my judgment, is too sudden, for I myself am not so well proided, as else I would be, were the day prolonged. Enter the Bishop of Ely. Ely, where is my lord, the Duke of Gloucester? Chapter 1, ha sent for these strawberries. Ha, his grace looks cheerfully and smooth this morning. There's some conceit or other likes him well, when that he bids good morrow with such spirit. Chapter 1, think there's newer a man in Christendom. Chapter 100, unlesser hide his low or hate than he, for by his face straight shall you know his heart. Chapter 500, Arb, what of his heart pursue you in his face, by any lielihood he showed today. Hast, Mary, that with no man here he is offended, for were he had shewn it in his looks. Enter Richard and Buckingham. Rich, I pray you all, tell me what they deserve, that do conspire my death with deulish plots of damned witchcraft, and that ha preuled. Chapter 5, pon my body with their hellish charms. Hast, the tender low, I bear your grace, my lord. Chapter 1000, aches me most forward in this princely presence, to doom th offenders whosoe'er they be. Chapter 1, say my lord they ha deserved death. Rich, then be your eyes the witness of their ewil. Chapter 50, ook how I am bewitched, behold mine arm. Chapter 1, s like a blasted sapling, withered VP. And this is Edward's wife, that monstrous witch. Chapter 100, onsorted with that harlot strumpet shore, that by their witchcraft thus ha marked me. Hast, if they ha done this deed, my noble lord. Rich, if, thou protector of this damned strumpet, talk'st thou to me of ifs, thou art a traitor. Off with his head, now by St. Paul I swear. Chapter 1, will not dine, until I see the same. Chapter 50, Owell and Ratcliffe, look that it be done. Exeunt. The rest that allow me, rise and follow me. Chapter 1000, Annet Lowell and Ratcliffe, with the Lord Hastings. Hast, woe, woe for England, not a whit for me. For I too fond, might ha prewented this. Stanley did dream, the boar did rose our helms. And I did scorn it, and disdain to fly. 3 times today my footcloth horse did stumble. And started, when he looked upon the tower. As loth to bear me to the slaughter-house. Oh, now I need the priest, that spake to me. Chapter 1, now repent I told the pursuant. As too triumphing, how mine enemies today at Pomfret bloodily were butchered. And I myself secure, in grace and for. O Margaret, Margaret, now thy holy curse. Chapter 1, lighted on poor Hastings' wretched head. Ra, come, come, dispatch, the Duke would be at dinner. Chapter 1000, a short shrift, he longs to see your head. Hast, O momentary grace of mortal men, which we more hunt for than the grace of God, who builds his hope in era of your good looks. Chapter 51, used like a drunken sailor on a mast, ready with Uri nod to tumble down. Chapter 1, NTO the fatal bowels of the deep. Chapter 50, O come, come, dispatch, tease bootless to exclaim. Hast, O bloody Richard, miserable England. Chapter 1, prophecy the fearful's time to thee. That your wretched age hath looked upon. Chapter 100, lead me to the block, bear him my head. They smile at me, who shortly shall be dead. Exeunt. Enter Richard and Buckingham in rotten armour, marulous ill forward. Richard, come cousin. Chapter 100, Anst thou quake and change thy colour. Chapter 1000, Other thy breath in middle of a word. And then again begin, and stop again. As if thou were distraught, and mad with terror. Buck, tut, I can counterfeit the deep tragedian. Speak and look backy, and pry on Uri's side. Tremble and start at wagging of a straw. Chapter 1, intending deep suspicion, ghastly looks. Are at my ceruis, like enforced smiles. And both are ready in their offices. At any time, to grace my stratagems. But what is Catesby gone? Rich he is, and see he brings the mayor along. Enter the mayor and Catesby. Buck, Lord Mayors. Rich, look to the drawbridge there. Buck, hark, a drum. Rich, Catesby, a relook the walls. Buck, Lord Mayor, the reason we ha sent. Rich, look back, defend thee, here are enemies. Buck, God and our innocency defend, and guard versus. Enter Lowell and Ratcliffe, with Hastings' head. Rich, be patient, they are friends, Ratcliffe and Lowell. Chapter 50, Owell, here is the head of that ignoble traitor. The dangerous and unsuspected Hastings. Rich, so dear I lewd the man, that I must weep. Chapter 1, took him for the plainest harmless creature. That breathed upon the earth, a Christian. Chapter 1000, ade him my book, wherein my soul recorded the history of all her secret thoughts. So smooth, he daubed his vice with show of virtue, that his apparent open guilt omitted. Chapter 1, mean, his conversation with Shore's wife. He lewd from all attainder of suspects. Buck, well, well, he was the coward's sheltered traitor. That you are lewd. Would you imagine, or almost believe you? Were it not that by great persuasion we lee you to tell it, that the subtle traitor this day had plotted in the council house to murder me and my good lord of Gloucester. Chapter 1000. Ere had he done so. Rich, what, think you we are Turks or infidels? Or that we would, against the form of law, proceed thus rashly in the villain's death? But that the extreme peril of the case, the peace of England, and our persons safety, enforced versus to this execution. Chapter 1000. Ere now fair befall you he deserved his death, and your good graces both ha well proceeded to warn false traitors from the like attempts. Buck I newer looked for better at his hands, after he once fell in with Mistress Shore. Yet had we not determined he should die. Chapter 5. Until your lordship came to see his end, which now the lowing haste of these our friends something against our meanings ha prevented. Because, my lord, I would ha had you heard the traitor speak and timorously confess the manner and the purpose of his treasons, that you might well ha signified the same. Chapter 5. Nto the citizens who haply may. Chapter 1001. Sconster versus in him and wail his death. Chapter 1000. But my good lord, your grace's words shall seru, as well as I had seen and heard him speak. And do not doubt, right noble princes both, but I'll acquaint our ducious citizens with all your erst proceedings in this case. Rich, and to that end, we wished your lordship here awed the censures of the carping world. Buck, which since you come too late of our intent, yet witness what you hear we did intend. And so, my good Lord Mayor, we bid farewell. Exit Mayor. Rich, go after cousin Buckingham. The mayor towards Guildhall hies him in all post. There, at your meetest vantage of the time. Chapter 1. Enfair the bastardy of Edward's children. Tell them how Edward put to death a citizen, only for saying he would make his son heir to the crown, meaning indeed his house, which by the scene thereof was termed so. Chapter 1000. Oriour vrg his hateful luxury, and bestial appetite in change of lust, which stretched vnto their servants, daughters, weus. Ewan were his raging eye, or soige heart, without control, lusted to make a prey. Nay, for a need, thus far come near my person. Tell them, when that my mother went with child, of that insatiate Edward, noble York. Chapter 1000. Why princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time, found that the issue was not his begot, which well appeared in his lineaments, being nothing like the noble Duke, my father. Yet touch this sparingly, as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know my mother Leus. Buck, doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee, for which I pled, were for myself, and so, my lord, adieu. Rich, if you three you well, bring them to Baynard's castle, where you shall find me well accompanied, with ruerend fathers and well-learned bishops. Buck, I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock. Chapter 50. Ook for the news that the Guildhall affords. Exit Buckingham. Rich, go Lowell with all speed to Dr. Shaw. Go thou to Friar Penker, bid them both. Chapter 1000. Eat me within this hour at Baynard's castle. Enter. Now will I go to take some priui order, to draw the brats of Clarence out of sight, and to give you order that no manner person ha any time recourse viento the princes. Exeunt of my kind uncle that I know will give, and being but a toy which is no grief to give. Richard, a greater gift than that I'll give my cousin. York, a greater gift, oh that's the sword to it. Richard, I gentle cousin, were it light enough. York, oh then I see you will part, but with light gifts. Chapter 1, and weightier things you'll say a beggar nay. Richard, Chapter 1, tea is too heavy for your grace to wear. York, Chapter 1, weigh it lightly were it heavier. Richard, what would you have my weapon, little lord? York, Chapter 1, would that I might thank you as you call me. Richard, how? York, Chapter 51, TTLE. Prince, Chapter 1000, why Lord of York will still be cross in talk. Uncle, your grace knows how to bear with him. York, you mean to bear me, not to bear with me. Uncle, my brother mocks both you and me, because that I am little like an ape. He thinks that you should bear me on your shoulders. Buckingham. With what a sharp provided wit he reasons, to mitigate the scorn he gives his uncle. He prettily and aptly taunts himself. So cunning and so young is wonderful. Richard, Chapter 1000, why Lord wilt please you pass along. Chapter 1000, a self and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her, to meet you at the Tower and welcome you. York, what will you go unto the Tower, my lord? Prince, Chapter 1000, why Lord Protector needs will have it so. York, Chapter 1, shall not sleep in quiet at the Tower. Richard, why what should you fear? York, Chapter 1000, awry my uncle Clarence angry ghost. Chapter 1000, why Grandam told me he was murdered there. Prince, Chapter 1, fear no uncle's dead. Richard, nor none that live, I hope. Prince, and if they live, I hope I need not fear. But come, my lord, with a heavy heart, thinking on them, go I unto the Tower. A senate, exeunt Prince Edward, York, Hastings, Dorset, and all but Richard, Buckingham, and Catesby. Buckingham. Think you, my lord, this little prating York was not incensed by his subtle mother to taunt and scorn you thus opprobriously? Richard, no doubt, oh, 'tis a parlous boy. Bold, quick, ingenious, forward, capable. He is all the mother, from the top to toe. Buckingham. Well, let them rest, come hither, Catesby. Thou art sworn as deeply to effect what we intend, as closely to conceal what we impart. Thou know'st our reasons urged upon the way. What think'st thou, is it not an easy matter to make William Lord Hastings of our mind, for the installment of this noble Duke? Chapter 1, in the seat royal of this famous isle. Chapter 100, ATSBY. He for his father's sake so loves the prince, that he will not be one to aught against him. Buckingham. What think'st thou then of Stanley, will not he? Chapter 100, ATSBY. He will do all in all as Hastings doth. Buckingham. Well then, no more but this, go, gentle Catesby. And as it were far off, sound thou Lord Hastings, how he doth stand affected to our purpose, and summon him tomorrow to the Tower, to sit about the coronation. Chapter 1. If thou dost find him tractable to us, encourage him, and tell him all our reasons. Chapter 1. If he be leaden, icy, cold, unwilling, be thou so too, and so break off the talk, and give us notice of his inclination. For we tomorrow hold divided councils, wherein thyself shalt highly be employed. Richard. Chapter 100. Amend me to Lord William, tell him, Catesby, his ancient knot of dangerous adversaries tomorrow are let blood at Pomfret Castle, and bid my lord, for joy of this good news, give Mistress Shore one gentle kiss the more. Buckingham. Good Catesby, go effect this business soundly. Chapter 100. Atesby. Chapter 1000. Why, good lords both, with all the heed I can. Richard. Shall we hear from you, Catesby, ere we sleep? Chapter 100. Atesby. You shall, my lord. Richard. At Crosby Place, there shall you find us both. Buckingham. Now, my lord, what shall we do if we perceive? Chapter 50. Lord Hastings will not yield to our complots. Richard. Chapter 100. Hop off his head, man, somewhat we will do. And look, when I am king, claim thou of me the earldom of Hereford and all the movables, whereof the king, my brother, was possessed. Buckingham. Chapter 1. O claim that promise at your grace's hand. Richard. And look to have it yielded with all kindness. Chapter 100. Let us sup betimes, that afterwards we may digest our complots in some form. Scene 2. Before Lord Hastings' house. Enter a messenger to the door of Hastings. Chapter 1000. Essengr. Chapter 1000. Why, lord, my lord. Hastings. Who knocks? Chapter 1000. Essengr. 1. From the Lord Stanley. Hastings. What is't o'clock? Chapter 1000. Essengr. Upon the stroke of 4. Enter Hastings. Hastings. Chapter 100. Annot my Lord Stanley sleep these tedious nights. Chapter 1000. Essengr. So it appears by that, I have to say. First, he commends him to your noble self. Hastings. What then? Chapter 1000. Essengr. Then certifies your lordship that this night he dreamt the boar had raised off his helm. Besides, he says there are 2 councils kept, and that may be determined at the one, which may make you and him to rue at th other. Therefore he sends to know your lordship's pleasure. Chapter 1. If you will presently take horse with him, and with all speed post with him toward the north, to shun the danger that his soul divines. Hastings. Go, fellow, go, return unto thy lord. Bid him not fear the separated council. His honor and myself are at the one, and at the other is my good friend Catesby, where nothing can proceed that toucheth us, whereof I shall not have intelligence. Tell him his fears are shallow, without instance, and for his dreams I wonder he's so simple, to trust the mockery of unquiet slumbers, to fly the boar before the boar pursues. We're to incense the boar to follow us, and make pursuit where he did mean no chase. Go bid thy master rise, and come to me, and we will both together to the tower, where he shall see the boar will use us kindly. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Chapter 1, I'll go, my lord, and tell him what you say. Enter Catesby. Chapter 100, ATESBY. Chapter 1000, Any good morrows to my noble lord. Hastings. Good morrow, Catesby, you are early stirring. What news in this our tottering state? Chapter 100, ATESBY. Chapter 1, T is a reeling world indeed, my lord, and I believe will never stand upright, till Richard wear the garland of the realm. Hastings. How wear the garland, dost thou mean the crown? Chapter 100, ATESBY. Ay, my good lord. Hastings. Chapter 1, I'll have this crown of mine cut from my shoulders, before I'll see the crown so foul misplaced. But canst thou guess that he doth aim at it? Chapter 100, ATESBY. I, on my life, and hopes to find you forward upon his party for the gain thereof. And thereupon he sends you this good news, that this same very day your enemies, the kindred of the Queen, must die at Pomfret. Hastings. Chapter 1, Indeed, I am no mourner for that news, because they have been still my adversaries, but that I'll give my voice on Richard's side, to bar my master's heirs in true descent. God knows I will not do it to the death. Chapter 100, ATESBY. God keep your lordship in that gracious mind. Hastings. But I shall laugh at this a 12-month hence, that they which brought me in my master's hate. Chapter 1, Live to look upon their tragedy. Well, Catesby, ere a fortnight make me older. Chapter 1, I'll send some packing that yet think not on't. Chapter 100, ATESBY. 'Tis a vile thing to die, my gracious lord, when men are unprepared and look not for it. Hastings. O monstrous, monstrous, and so falls it out, with Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, and so 'twill do, with some men else that think themselves as safe as thou and I, who, as thou know'st, are dear to princely Richard and to Buckingham. Chapter 100, ATESBY. The princes both make high account of you, for they account his head upon the bridge. Hastings. Chapter 1, No they do, and I have well deserved it. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby. Chapter 100, come on, where is your boar spear, man? Fear you the boar, and go so unprovided? Stanley. Chapter 1000, Why, Lord, good morrow, Catesby. You may jest on, but by the holy rood. Chapter 1, Do not like these several counsels, I. Hastings. Chapter 1000, Why, Lord, I hold my life as dear as you do yours, and never in my days, I do protest, was it so precious to me as 'tis now. Think you but that I know our state secure? Chapter 1 would be so triumphant as I am. Stanley. The lords at Pomfret, when they rode from London, were jocund, and supposed their states were sure, and they indeed had no cause to mistrust. But yet you see how soon the day o'ercast. This sudden stab of rancour I misdoubt. Pray God, I say, I prove a needless coward. What shall we toward the tower, the day is spent. Hastings. Chapter 100. Come, have with you what my lord. Today the lords you talked of are beheaded. Stanley. They for their truth might better wear their heads than some that have accused them wear their hats. But come, my lord, let's away. Enter a pursuivant. Hastings. Go on before, I'll talk with this good fellow. Exeunt Stanley and Catesby. How now, sirrah, how goes the world with thee? Pursuivant. The better that your lordship please to ask. Hastings. Chapter 1. Tell thee, man, 'tis better with me now than when thou met'st me last, where now we meet. Then was I going prisoner to the Tower, by the suggestion of the Queen's allies. But now I tell thee, keep it to thyself. This day those enemies are put to death, and I in better state than e'er I was. Pursuivant. God hold it to your honour's good content. Hastings. Gramercy fellow, there drink that for me. Throws him his purse. Pursuivant. Chapter 1. Thank your honour. Enter a priest. Priest. Well met, my lord, I am glad to see your honour. Hastings. Chapter 1. Thank thee, good Sir John, with all my heart. Chapter 1. Am in your debt for your last exercise. Chapter 100. The next Sabbath, and I will content you. Enter Buckingham. Priest. Chapter 1. I'll wait upon your lordship. Buckingham. What talking with a priest, Lord Chamberlain? Your friends at Pomfret, they do need the priest. Your honour hath no shriving work in hand. Hastings. Good faith, and when I met this holy man, the men you talk of came into my mind. What go you toward the Tower? Buckingham. Chapter 1. Do, my lord, but long I cannot stay there. Chapter 1. Shall return before your lordship thence. Hastings. Nay, like enough, for I stay dinner there. Buckingham. And supper too, although thou knowest it not. Chapter 100. Will you go? Hastings. Chapter 1. I'll wait upon your lordship. Scene 3. Pomfret, before the castle. Enter Sir Richard Ratcliffe, with halberds, carrying the nobles Rivers, Grey and Vaughan to death at Pomfret. Rivers. Sir Richard Ratcliffe, let me tell thee this. Today shalt thou behold a subject die. For truth, for duty, and for loyalty. Grey. God bless the prince from all the pack of you. And not you are, of damned bloodsuckers. Chapter 5. Aughan. You live that shall cry woe for this hereafter. Ratcliffe. Chapter 501. Spatch. The limit of your lives is out. Rivers. O Pomfret, Pomfret, O thou bloody prison, fatal and ominous to noble peers, within the guilty closure of thy walls. Richard II here was hacked to death, and for more slander to thy dismal seat, we give to thee our guiltless blood to drink. Grey. Now Margaret's curse is fallen upon our heads, when she exclaimed on Hastings, you and I, for standing by when Richard stabbed her son. Rivers. Then cursed she Richard, then cursed she Buckingham, then cursed she Hastings. Oh, remember, God, to hear her prayer for them as now for us, and for my sister and her princely sons. Be satisfied, dear God, with our true blood. which, as thou know'st, unjustly must be spilt. Ratcliffe. Chapter 1000. Ake haste, the hour of death is expiate. Rivers. Chapter 100. Om grey come von, let us here embrace. Farewell until we meet again in heaven. Scene 4, London, a room in the Tower. Enter Buckingham, Stanley Earl of Derby, Hastings, the Bishop of Ely, Norfolk, Ratcliffe, Lovell with others, at a table. Hastings. Now, noble peers, the cause why we are met. Chapter 1. S to determine of the coronation. Chapter 1. In God's name speak, when is the royal day? Buckingham. Chapter 1. S all things ready for that royal time. Stanley. Chapter 1. T is, and wants but nomination. Ely. Tomorrow, then, I judge a happy day. Buckingham. Who knows the Lord Protector's mind herein? Who is most inward with the noble Duke? Ely. Your Grace, we think, should soonest know his mind. Buckingham. We know each other's faces for our hearts. He knows no more of mine than I of yours, or I of his, my lord, than you of mine. Chapter 50. Ord Hastings, you and he are near in love. Hastings. Chapter 1. Thank his grace, I know he loves me well, but for his purpose in the coronation. Chapter 1. Have not sounded him, nor he delivered his gracious pleasure any way therein. But you, my honorable lords, may name the time, and in the Duke's behalf I'll give my voice, which I presume he'll take in gentle part. Enter Richard. Ely. Chapter 1. In happy time, here comes the Duke himself. Richard. Chapter 1000. Why, noble lords and cousins all, good morrow. Chapter 1. Have been long a sleeper, but I trust. Chapter 1000. Why absence doth neglect no great design, which by my presence might have been concluded. Buckingham. Had you not come upon your cue, my lord, William Lord Hastings had pronounced your part. Chapter 1. Mean your voice for crowning of the king. Richard. Than my Lord Hastings, no man might be bolder. His lordship knows me well, and loves me well. Chapter 1000. Why Lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn. Chapter 1. Saw good strawberries in your garden there. Chapter 1. Do beseech you, send for some of them. Ely. Chapter 1000. Array and will, my lord, with all my heart. Richard. Chapter 100. Ousen of Buckingham, a word with you. They move aside. Chapter 100. Catesby hath sounded Hastings in our business, and finds the testy gentleman so hot that he will lose his head ere give consent. His master's child, as worshipfully he terms it, shall lose the royalty of England's throne. Buckingham. Withdraw yourself a while, I'll go with you. Exeunt Richard and Buckingham. Stanley. We have not yet set down this day of triumph. Tomorrow, in my judgment, is too sudden, for I myself am not so well provided as else I would be, were the day prolonged. Enter Bishop of Ely. Ely. Where is my lord, the Duke of Gloucester? Chapter 1. Have sent for these strawberries. Hastings. His grace looks cheerfully and smooth this morning. There's some conceit or other likes him well, when that he bids good morrow with such spirit. Chapter 1. Think there's never a man in Christendom. Chapter 100. And lesser hide his love or hate than he. For by his face straight shall you know his heart. Stanley. What of his heart perceive you in his face? By any livelihood he showed today. Hastings. Chapter 1000. Awry that with no man here he is offended. For were he had shown it in his looks. Enter Richard and Buckingham. Richard. Chapter 1. Pray you all tell me what they deserve. That do conspire my death with devilish plots. Of damned witchcraft, and that have prevailed upon my body with their hellish charms. Hastings. The tender love I bear your grace, my lord. Chapter 1000. Aches me most forward in this princely presence. To doom offenders, whosoe'er they be. Chapter 1. Say, my lord, they have deserved death. Richard. Then be your eyes the witness of their evil. Chapter 50. Ook how I am bewitched, behold mine arm. Chapter 1. Like a blasted sapling withered up. And this is Edward's wife, that monstrous witch. Chapter 100. Onsorted with that harlot strumpet shore. That by their witchcraft thus have marked me. Hastings. Chapter 1. If they have done this deed, my noble lord. Richard. Chapter 1. F. Thou protector of this damned strumpet. Talk'st thou to me of ifs, thou art a traitor. Off with his head, now by St. Paul I swear. Chapter 1. Will not dine until I see the same. Chapter 50. Ovell and Ratcliffe, look that it be done. The rest that love me, rise and follow me. Exeunt all but Lovell and Ratcliffe with the Lord Hastings. Hastings. Woe, woe for England, not a whit for me. For I too fond might have prevented this. Stanley did dream the boar did raise his helm. And I did scorn it and disdain to fly. 3 times today my footcloth horse did stumble. And started when he looked upon the tower. As loath to bear me to the slaughterhouse. Oh, now I need the priest that spake to me. Chapter 1. Now repent, I told the pursuivant. As to triumphing, how mine enemies today at Pomfret bloodily were butchered. And I myself secure in grace and favor. O Margaret, Margaret, now thy heavy curse. Chapter 1. Lighted on poor Hastings' wretched head. Ratcliffe. Chapter 100. Come dispatch, the Duke would be at dinner. Chapter 1000. A short shrift, he longs to see your head. Hastings. O momentary grace of mortal men, which we more hunt for than the grace of God, who builds his hope in era of your good looks. Chapter 54. Ease like a drunken sailor on a mast, ready with every nod to tumble down. Chapter 1. Nto the fatal bowels of the deep. Chapter 50. Ovell. Chapter 100. Come dispatch, 'tis bootless to exclaim. Hastings. O bloody Richard, miserable England. Chapter 1. Prophesy the fearful's time to thee, that ever wretched age hath looked upon. Chapter 100. Lead me to the block, bear him my head. They smile at me, who shortly shall be dead. Scene 5. London, the Tower walls. Enter Richard and Buckingham in rotten armor, marvelous ill-favored. Richard. Chapter 100. Cousin, canst thou quake and change thy color? Chapter 1000. Urder thy breath in middle of a word, and then again begin, and stop again, as if thou were distraught and mad with terror. Buckingham. Tut, I can counterfeit the deep tragedian. Speak and look back, and pry on every side. Tremble and start at wagging of a straw. Chapter 1, intending deep suspicion, ghastly looks are at my service like enforced smiles, and both are ready in their offices at any time to grace my stratagems. But what is Catesby gone? Richard. He is, and see, he brings the mayor along. Enter the Lord Mayor and Catesby. Buckingham. Chapter 50, Ord Mayor. Richard. Chapter 50, Ook to the drawbridge there. Buckingham. Hark a drum. Richard. Chapter 100, Eightsby o'erlook the walls. Buckingham. Chapter 50, Ord Mayor, the reason we have sent. Richard. Chapter 50, Ook back, defend thee, here our enemies. Buckingham. God and our innocence defend and guard us. Enter Lovell and Ratcliffe with Hastings' head. Richard. Be patient, they are friends, Ratcliffe and Lovell. Chapter 50, OVELL. Here is the head of that ignoble traitor, the dangerous and unsuspected Hastings. Richard. So dear I loved the man that I must weep. Chapter 1, took him for the plainest harmless creature that breathed upon the earth, a Christian. Chapter 1000, adare him my book, wherein my soul recorded the history of all her secret thoughts. So smooth he daubed his vice with show of virtue, that his apparent open guilt omitted. Chapter 1, mean his conversation with Shore's wife. He lived from all attainder of suspects. Buckingham. Well, he was the covertly sheltered traitor that ever lived. Would you imagine, or almost believe, were it not that, by great preservation, we live to tell it, that the subtle traitor this day had plotted in the council house to murder me and my good lord of Gloucester. Chapter 1000, AYOR. Had he done so? Richard. What think you we are Turks or infidels? Or that we would, against the form of law, proceed thus rashly in the villain's death? But that the extreme peril of the case, the peace of England and our persons' safety, enforced us to this execution. Chapter 1000, AYOR. Now fair befall you, he deserved his death, and your good graces both have well proceeded to warn false traitors from the like attempts. Buckingham. Chapter 1, never looked for better at his hands, after he once fell in with Mistress Shore. Yet had we not determined he should die, until your lordship came to see his end, which now the loving haste of these our friends, something against our meanings, have prevented. Because, my lord, we would have had you heard the traitor speak and timorously confess the manner and the purpose of his treasons, that you might well have signified the same unto the citizens who haply may. Chapter 1001, sconster us in him and wail his death. Chapter 1000, AYOR. But my good lord, your grace's word shall serve, as well as I had seen and heard him speak. And do not doubt, right noble princes both, but I'll acquaint our duteous citizens with all your just proceedings in this case. Richard. And to that end, we wished your lordship here. Avoid the censures of the carping world. Buckingham. But since you come too late of our intent, yet witness what you hear we did intend. And so, my good Lord Mayor, we bid farewell. Exit Lord Mayor. Richard. Go after cousin Buckingham. The mayor towards Guildhall hies him in all post. There, at your meetsty advantage of the time. Chapter 1. Infer the bastardy of Edward's children. Tell them how Edward put to death a citizen, only for saying he would make his son heir to the crown, meaning indeed his house, which by the sign thereof was termed so. Chapter 1000. Moreover, urge his hateful luxury and bestial appetite in change of lust, which stretched unto their servants, daughters, wives, even where his raging eye or savage heart, without control, lusted to make a prey. Nay, for a need, thus far come near my person. Tell them, when that my mother went with child, of that insatiate Edward, noble York. Chapter 1000. Why princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time, found that the issue was not his begot, which well appeared in his lineaments, being nothing like the noble Duke, my father. Yet touch this sparingly, as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know my mother lives. Buckingham. Chapter 500. Aubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself, and so, my lord, adieu. Richard. Chapter 1. If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops. Buckingham. Chapter 1. Go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock. Chapter 50. Ook for the news that the Guildhall affords. Richard. Go, Lovell, with all speed to Dr. Shaw. Go thou to Friar Penker, bid them both. Chapter 1000. Eat me within this hour at Baynard's castle. Exeunt Ratcliffe and Lovell. Now will I go to take some privy order, to draw the brats of Clarence out of sight, and to give order that no manner person have any time recourse unto the princes. Scene 6. London, a street. Enter a scrivener. Scrivener. Here is the indictment of the good Lord Hastings, which in a set hand fairly is engrossed, that it may be today read o'er in Paul S. And mark how well the sequel hangs together. 11 hours I have spent to write it over, for yesternight by Catesby was it sent me. The precedent was full as long a-doing, and yet within these 5 hours Hastings lived, untainted, unexamined, free, at liberty. Here's a good world the while, who is so gross that cannot see this palpable device, yet who so bold, but says he sees it not. Bad is the world, and all will come to naught, when such ill-dealing must be seen in thought. Scene 7. London, court of Baynard's castle. Enter Richard and Buckingham at several doors. Richard. How now, what say the citizens? Buckingham. Now, by the Holy Mother of our Lord, the citizens are mum, say not a word. Richard. Touched you the bastardy of Edward's children? Buckingham. Chapter 1. Did, with his contract with Lady Lucy, and his contract by deputy in France, insatiate greediness of his desire, and his enforcement of the city wives, his tyranny for trifles, his own bastardy, as being got your father then in France, and his resemblance being not like the Duke. Withal I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Chapter 50. Aid open all your victories in Scotland, your discipline in war, wisdom in peace, your bounty, virtue, fair humility. Chapter 1. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose, untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when mine oratory drew toward end. Chapter 1. Bid them that did love their country's good. Chapter 100. Ry God save Richard, England's royal king. Richard. And did they so? Buckingham. No, so God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones, stared each on other and looked deadly pale. Which when I saw, I reprehended them, and asked the mayor what meant this wilful silence. His answer was, the people were not used to be spoke to, but by the recorder. Then he was urged to tell my tale again. Thus saith the Duke, thus hath the Duke inferred. But nothing spoke in warrant from himself. When he had done, some followers of mine own, at lower end of the hall, hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took the vantage of those few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdoms and your love to Richard. And even here break off and came away. Richard! What tongueless blocks were they, would they not speak? Will not the mayor then and his brethren come? Buckingham. The mayor is here at hand, intend some fear. Be not you spoke with, but by mighty suit. And look you get a prayer book in your hand, and stand between 2 churchmen, good my lord. For on that ground I'll make a holy descant, and be not easily won to our requests. Play the maid's part, still answer nay and take it. Richard. Chapter 1. Go, and if you plead as well for them, as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue. Buckingham. Go up to the lades, the Lord Mayor knocks. Enter the Lord Mayor and citizens. Welcome, my lord, I dance attendance here. Chapter 1. Think the Duke will not be spoke withal. Enter Catesby. Now, Catesby, what says your lord to my request? Chapter 100. Atesby. He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within, with 2 right reverend fathers. Chapter 505. Nelly bent to meditation, and in no worldly suits would he be moved to draw him from his holy exercise. Buckingham. Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him myself, the mayor and aldermen. Chapter 1. In deep designs in matter of great moment, no less importing than our general good, are come to have some conference with his grace. Chapter 100. Atesby. Chapter 1. Will signify so much unto him straight. Buckingham. Aha, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd love-bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with two deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy were England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure I fear we shall not win him to it. Chapter 1000, AYOR. Chapter 1000, Awry, God defend his grace should say us nay. Buckingham. Chapter 1, Fear he will, here Catesby comes again. Enter Catesby. Now Catesby, what says his grace? Chapter 100, ATESBY. He wonders to what end you have assembled such troops of citizens to come to him, his grace not being warned thereof before. He fears, my lord, you mean no good to him. Buckingham. Sorry I am my noble cousin should suspect me that I mean no good to him. By heaven, we come to him in perfect love, and so once more return and tell his grace, when holy and devout religious men are at their beads, 'tis much to draw them thence. So sweet is zealous contemplation. Enter Richard aloft, between two bishops, Catesby re-enters. Chapter 1000, AYOR. See where his grace stands, tween two clergymen. Buckingham. Two props of virtue for a Christian prince, to stay him from the fall of vanity. And see, a book of prayer in his hand. True ornaments to know a holy man. Famous Plantagenet, most gracious prince. Chapter 50, End favorable ear to our requests. And pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal. Richard. Chapter 1000, Why Lord, there needs no such apology. Chapter 1, Do beseech your grace to pardon me, who earnest in the service of my God. Chapter 500, Efferred the visitation of my friends. But leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure? Buckingham. Even that I hope, which pleaseth God above, and all good men of this ungoverned isle. Richard. Chapter 1, Do suspect I have done some offense that seems disgracious in the city's eye, and that you come to reprehend my ignorance. Buckingham. You have, my lord, would it might please your grace, on our entreaties to amend your fault. Richard. Else wherefore breathe I in a Christian land? Buckingham. Know then it is your fault that you resign the supreme seat, the throne majestical, the sceptred office of your ancestors, your state of fortune and your due of birth, the lineal glory of your royal house, to the corruption of a blemished stock, whiles in the mildness of your sleepy thoughts, which here we waken to our country's good. The noble isle doth want her proper limbs, her face defaced with scars of infamy, her royal stock graft with ignoble plants, and almost shouldered in the swallowing gulf of dark forgetfulness and deep oblivion, which to recure we heartily solicit your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens, your very worshipful and loving friends, and by their vehement instigation. Chapter 1, In this just cause come I to move your grace. Richard. Chapter 1. Cannot tell if to depart in silence, or bitterly to speak in your reproof. Best fitteth my degree, or your condition. Chapter 1. If not to answer, you might haply think. Tongue-tied ambition, not replying, yielded to bear the golden yoke of sovereignty, which fondly you would here impose on me. Chapter 1. F to reprove you for this suit of yours, so seasoned with your faithful love to me. Then on the other side I checked my friends, therefore to speak and to avoid the first, and then in speaking not to incur the last. Chapter 500. Affinitively thus I answer you. Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert unmeritable shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away, and that my path were even to the crown, as the ripe revenue and dew of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness, being a bark to brook no mighty sea, than in my greatness covet to be hid, and in the vapor of my glory smothered. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you were there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which, mellowed by the stealing hours of time, will well become the seat of majesty, and make, no doubt, us happy by his reign. On him I lay that you would lay on me the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why, Lord, this argues conscience in your grace, but the respects thereof are nice and trivial. All circumstances well considered. You say that Edward is your brother's son. So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. For first was he contract to Lady Lucy. Your mother lives a witness to his vow, and afterward by substitute betrothed to Bona, sister to the King of France. These both put off a poor petitioner, a care-crazed mother to a many sons, a beauty waning and distressed widow, even in the afternoon of her best days. Chapter 1000. A deprise and purchase of his wanton eye, seduced the pitch and height of his degree, to base declension and loathed bigamy. By her in his unlawful bed he got this Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Chapter 1000. Or bitterly could I expostulate, save that, for reverence to some alive. Chapter 1. Give a sparing limit to my tongue. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity. Chapter 1. If not to bless us in the land withal, yet to draw forth your noble ancestry from the corruption of abusing times, unto a lineal, true-derived course. Chapter 1000. Ayor. Chapter 500. O good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Buckingham. Refuse not, mighty lord, this proffered love. Chapter 100. Atsby. O make them joyful, grant their lawful suit. Richard. Alas, why would you heap those cares on me? Chapter 1. Am unfit for state and majesty. Chapter 1. Do beseech you, take it not amiss. Chapter 1. Cannot, nor I will not, yield to you. Buckingham. Chapter 1. If you refuse it, as in love and zeal. Chapter 50. Oath to depose the child, your brother's son. As well we know your tenderness of heart, and gentle, kind, effeminate remorse, which we have noted in you to your kindred, and equally indeed to all estates. Yet know where you accept our suit or no. Your brother's son shall never reign our king, but we will plant some other in the throne, to the disgrace and downfall of your house. And in this resolution, here we leave you. Chapter 100. Citizens, zounds, I'll entreat no more. Exeunt Buckingham, the mayor and citizens. Chapter 100. Atsby. Chapter 100. All him again, sweet prince, accept their suit. Chapter 1. If you deny them, all the land will rue it. Richard, will you enforce me to a world of cares? Chapter 100. All them again, I am not made of stones, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul. Enter Buckingham and the rest. Chapter 100. Ousand of Buckingham and sage grave men, since you will buckle fortune on my back, to bear her burden where I will or no. Chapter 1. Must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof. For God doth know, and you may partly see, how far I am from the desire of this. Chapter 1000. Ayor. God bless your grace, we see it and will say it. Richard. Chapter 1. In saying so, you shall but say the truth. Buckingham. Then I salute you with this royal title. Chapter 50. On live King Richard, England's worthy king. All. Amen. Buckingham. Tomorrow may it please you to be crowned. Richard. Even when you please, for you will have it so. Buckingham. Tomorrow, then, we will attend your grace. And so most joyfully we take our leave. Richard. Come, let us to our holy work again. Farewell, my cousin, farewell, gentle friends. Act 4. Scene 1, London, before the Tower. Enter Queen Elizabeth, the Duchess of York and Marquis of Dorset, at one door, and Duchess of Gloucester with Clarence's young daughter at another door. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Who meets us here, my niece Plantagenet. Chapter 50. Ed in the hand of her kind Aunt of Gloucester. Now for my life, she's wandering to the Tower, on pure heart's love, to greet the tender prince. Chapter 500. Otter well met. And God give your graces both a happy and a joyful time of day. Queen Elizabeth. As much to you, good sister, whither away? And no farther than the Tower, and, as I guess, upon the like devotion as yourselves, to gratulate the gentle princes there. Queen Elizabeth. Kind sister, thanks, we'll enter all together. Enter Brakenbury. And in good time, here the lieutenant comes. Chapter 1000. Aster Lieutenant, pray you, by your leave. How doth the prince and my young son of York? Braknbury. Right well, dear madam, by your patience. Chapter 1. May not suffer you to visit them. The king hath strictly charged the contrary. Queen Elizabeth. The king, who's that? Braknbury. Chapter 1. Mean the Lord Protector. Queen Elizabeth. The Lord protect him from that kingly title. hath he set bounds between their love and me. Chapter 1, am their mother, who shall bar me from them? Chapter 500, UCHESS. Chapter 1, am their father's mother, I will see them. And their aunt I am in law, in love their mother. Then bring me to their sights, I'll bear thy blame, and take thy office from thee, on my peril. BRAKNBURY. No, madam, no, I may not leave it so. Chapter 1, am bound by oath, and therefore pardon me. Enter Stanley. Stanley. Chapter 50, let me but meet you, ladies, 1 hour hence, and I'll salute your Grace of York as mother, and reverend looker-on of 2 fair queens. Come, madam, you must straight to Westminster, there to be crowned Richard's royal queen, Queen Elizabeth. Ah, cut my lace asunder, that my pent heart may have some scope to beat, or else I swoon with this dead-killing news. And Chapter 500, spiteful tidings, O unpleasing news. Chapter 500, ORSCT. Be of good cheer, mother, how fares your grace? Queen Elizabeth. O Dorset, speak not to me, get thee gone. Chapter 500, Eath and destruction dog thee at thy heels. Thy mother's name is ominous to children. Chapter 1, if thou wilt outstrip death, go cross the seas, and live with Richmond from the reach of hell. Go hie thee from this slaughterhouse. Chapter 50, est thou increase the number of the dead, and make me die the thrall of Margaret's curse. Nor mother, wife, nor England's counted queen. Stanley. Full of wise care is this your counsel, madam. Take all the swift advantage of the hours. You shall have letters from me to my son. Chapter 1, in your behalf to meet you on the way. Be not turned tardy by unwise delay. Chapter 500, UCHESS. O ill-dispersing wind of misery! O my accursed womb, the bed of death! A cockatrice hast thou hatched to the world, whose unavoided eye is murderous. Stanley. Chapter 100, O madam, come, I in all haste was sent, and I with all unwillingness will go. O would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brains. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen. Queen Elizabeth. Go, go, poor soul, I envy not thy glory. To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. And know why, when he that is my husband now. Chapter 100, aim to me as I followed Henry's course, when scarce the blood was well washed from his hands, which issued from my other angel husband, and that dear saint, which then I weeping followed. Oh, when I say, I looked on Richard's face, this was my wish, be thou, quoth I, accursed, for making me, so young, so old a widow. And when thou wedd'st, let sorrow haunt thy bed, and be thy wife, if any be so mad. Chapter 1000, or miserable by the life of thee, than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Chapter 50, oh, ere I can repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul's curse, which hitherto hath held my eyes from rest, for never yet 1 hour in his bed. Chapter 999, I enjoy the golden dew of sleep, but with his timorous dreams was still awaked. Besides, he hates me for my father Warwick, and will, no doubt, shortly be rid of me. Queen Elizabeth. Poor heart, adieu, I pity thy complaining. And no more than with my soul, I mourn for yours. Chapter 500, ORSET. Farewell, thou woeful welcomer of glory. And adieu, poor soul, that taxed thy leave of it. Chapter 500, UCHESS. Go thou to Richmond, and good fortune guide thee. Go thou to Richard, and good angels tend thee. To Queen Elizabeth, go thou to sanctuary, and good thoughts possess thee. Chapter 1, to my grave, where peace and rest lie with me. 80-odd years of sorrow have I seen, and each hour's joy racked with a week of teen. Queen Elizabeth. Stay yet look back with me unto the tower. Pity you ancient stones, those tender babes, whom envy hath immured within your walls. Rough cradle for such little pretty one. Rude ragged nurse, old sullen playfellow. For tender princes, use my babies well. So foolish sorrows, bid your stones farewell. Scene 2, London, a room of state in the palace. The trumpets sound a senate. Enter Richard in pomp, Buckingham, Catesby, Ratcliffe, Lovell, a page and others. King Richard. Stand all apart, cousin of Buckingham. Buckingham. Chapter 1000, Why gracious sovereign. King Richard. Give me thy hand. Here he ascendeth the throne, sound trumpets. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day? Or shall they last, and we rejoice in them? Buckingham. Still live they, and forever let them last. King Richard. Ah, Buckingham, now do I play the touch, to try if thou be current gold indeed. Young Edward lives, think now what I would speak. Buckingham. Say on, my loving lord. King Richard. Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king. Buckingham. Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned lord. King Richard. Ha, am I king, 'tis so, but Edward lives. Buckingham. True, noble prince. King Richard. O bitter consequence, that Edward still should live, true noble prince. Chapter 100, Ausen, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain, I wish the bastard's dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What say'st thou now? Speak suddenly, be brief. Buckingham. Your grace may do your pleasure. King Richard. Tut tut, thou art all ice, thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent, that they shall die? Buckingham. Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. Chapter 1 will resolve you herein presently. Chapter 100, ATESBY. The king is angry, see, he gnaws his lip. King Richard. I will converse with iron-witted fools, and unrespective boys, none are for me, that look into me with considerate eyes. High-reaching, Buckingham grows circumspect. Boy. Page. Chapter 1000, Why Lord. King Richard. Know'st thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death? Page. Chapter 1, No, a discontented gentleman, whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators, and will, no doubt, tempt him to anything. King Richard. What is his name? Page. His name, my lord, is Tyrrell. King Richard. Chapter 1. Partly know the man. Go call him hither, boy. The deep revolving, witty Buckingham. No more shall be the neighbour to my counsels. Hath he so long held out with me, untired? And stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Enter Stanley. How now, Lord Stanley, what's the news? Stanley. No, my loving lord. The Marquis Dorset, as I hear, is fled to Richmond, in the parts where he abides. King Richard. Chapter 100. Hither Catesby, rumour it abroad, that Anne my wife is very grievous sick. Chapter 1. Will take order for her keeping close. Chapter 1. Enquire me out some mean poor gentleman, whom I will marry straight to Clarence' daughter. The boy is foolish, and I fear not him. Chapter 50. Ook how thou dream'st he, I say again, give out. That Anne, my queen, is sick and like to die. About it, for it stands me much upon, to stop all hopes, whose growth may damage me. Chapter 1. Must be married to my brother's daughter, or else my kingdom stands on brittle glass. Chapter 1000. Order her brothers, and then marry her. Uncertain way of gain, but I am in. So far in blood, that sin will pluck on sin. Tear falling pity dwells not in this eye. Enter Tyrrell. Chapter 1. Thy name Tyrrell. Tyrrell. James Tyrrell, and your most obedient subject. King Richard. Art thou indeed? Tyrrell. Prove me, my gracious lord. King Richard. Chapter 500. Arst thou resolved to kill a friend of mine? Tyrrell. Please you, but I had rather kill 2 enemies. King Richard. Why then thou hast it, 2 deep enemies, foes to my rest, and my sweet sleep's disturbers. Are they that I would have thee deal upon? Tyrrell, I mean those bastards in the Tower. Tyrrell. Chapter 50. Let me have open means to come to them, and soon I'll rid you from the fear of them. King Richard. Thou sing'st sweet music, hark, come hither, Tyrrell. Go by this token, rise and lend thine ear. There is no more but so, say it is done. And I will love thee, and prefer thee for it. Tyrrell. Chapter 1. Will dispatch it straight. Enter Buckingham. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why, Lord, I have considered in my mind the late request that you did sound me in. King Richard. Well, let that rest. Dorset is fled to Richmond. Buckingham. Chapter 1. Hear the news, my lord. King Richard. Stanley, he is your wife's son. Well, look unto it. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why, Lord, I claim the gift, my due by promise, for which your honour and your faith is pawned. Earldom of Hereford and the movables, which you have promised, I shall possess. King Richard. Stanley, look to your wife, if she convey. Chapter 50. Letters to Richmond, you shall answer it. Buckingham. What says your highness to my just request? King Richard. Chapter 1. Do remember me, Henry the 6th. Chapter 999. Prophesy that Richmond should be king. When Richmond was a little peevish boy. A king, perhaps. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why Lord? King Richard. How chanced the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why Lord, your promise for the earldom. King Richard. Richmond, when last I was at Exeter. The mayor in courtesy showed me the castle, and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once. Chapter 1. Should not live long after I saw Richmond. Buckingham. Chapter 1000. Why Lord? King Richard. Aye, what's o'clock? Buckingham. Chapter 1. Am thus bold to put your grace in mind of what you promised me. King Richard. Well, but what's o'clock? Buckingham. Upon the stroke of 10. King Richard. Well, let it strike. Buckingham. Why let it strike? King Richard. Because that, like a jack, thou keep'st the stroke betwixt thy begging and my meditation. Chapter 1. Am not in the giving vein today. Buckingham. Why then, resolve me, whether you will or no. King Richard. Thou troublest me, I am not in the vein. Exit followed by all save Buckingham. Buckingham. And is it thus, repays he my deep service? With such contempt, made I him king for this. Oh, let me think on Hastings, and be gone to Brecknock, while my fearful head is on. Scene 3, London, another room in the palace. Enter Tyrrell. Tyrrell. The tyrannous and bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Chapter 501. Gton and Forrest, who I did suborn to do this piece of ruthless butchery, albeit they were fleshed villains, bloody dogs. Chapter 1000. Elted with tenderness and mild compassion, wept like two children in their deaths, sad story. Oh, thus, quoth Dighton, lay the gentle babes. Thus, quoth Forrest, girdling one another within their alabaster, innocent arms. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, and in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which once, quoth Forrest, almost changed my mind. But oh, the devil, there the villains stopped. When Dighton thus told on, we smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature, that from the prime creation ere she framed. Hence both are gone with conscience and remorse. They could not speak, and so I left them both to bear this tidings to the bloody king. Enter King Richard. And here he comes, all health, my sovereign lord. King Richard. Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news? Tyrrell. Chapter 1. F to have done the thing you gave in charge. Beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done. King Richard. But didst thou see them dead? Tyrrell. Chapter 1. Did my lord. King Richard. And buried, gentle Tyrrell. Tyrrell. The chaplain of the Tower hath buried them. But where, to say the truth, I do not know. King Richard. Chapter 100. To me, Tyrrell, soon at after supper, when thou shalt tell the process of their death. Chapter 1000. E'en time, but think how I may do thee good, and be inheritor of thy desire. Farewell till then. Tyrrell. Chapter 1. Humbly take my leave. King Richard, the son of Clarence, have I pent up close. His daughter meanly have I matched in marriage. The sons of Edward sleep in Abraham's bosom, and Anne my wife hath bid the world good night. Now, for I know the Breton Richmond aims at young Elizabeth, my brother's daughter, and by that not looks proudly on the crown. To her go I, a jolly thriving wooer. Enter Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe. Chapter 1000. Why, Lord King Richard, good or bad news that thou comest in so bluntly? Ratcliffe. Bad news, my lord. Morton is fled to Richmond, and Buckingham backed with the hardy Welshmen. Chapter 1. In the field, and still his power increaseth. King Richard. Ely with Richmond troubles me more near than Buckingham and his rash-levied strength. Chapter 100. I have learned that fearful commenting. Chapter 1. Leaden servitor to dull delay. Chapter 500. Allay leads impotent and snail-paced beggary. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king. Go muster men, my counsel is my shield. We must be brief when traitors brave the field. Scene 4, London, before the palace. Enter old Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret. So now prosperity begins to mellow and drop into the rotten mouth of death. Here in these confines slyly have I lurked, to watch the waning of mine enemies. A dire induction am I witness to, and will to France, hoping the consequence will prove as bitter, black, and tragical. Withdraw thee, wretched Margaret, who comes here. Enter Duchess of York and Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth. Ah, my poor princes, ah, my tender babes. Chapter 1000. Why unblown flowers, new appearing sweets. Chapter 1. Yet your gentle souls fly in the air, and be not fixed in doom perpetual. Hover about me with your airy wings, and hear your mother's lamentation. Queen Margaret. Hover about her, say that right for right hath dimmed your infant morn to aged night. Chapter 500. UCHESS. So many miseries have crazed my voice, that my woe-wearied tongue is still and mute. Edward Plantagenet, why art thou dead? Queen Margaret. Plantagenet doth quit Plantagenet. Edward for Edward pays a dying debt. Queen Elizabeth. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs, and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep, when such a deed was done? Queen Margaret. When holy Harry died, and my sweet son. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Chapter 500. Eed life, blind sight, poor mortal living ghost. Woe seen, world's shame, graves do by life usurped. Brief abstract and record of tedious days. Rest thy unrest on England's lawful earth, unlawfully made drunk with innocent blood. Queen Elizabeth. Ah, that thou wouldst as soon afford a grave as thou canst yield a melancholy seat. Then would I hide my bones, not rest them here. Who hath any cause to mourn but we? Queen Margaret. Chapter 1. F. Ancient sorrow be most reverend. Give mine the benefit of seigneury, and let my griefs frown on the upper hand. Chapter 1. F. Sorrow can admit society. Sitting down with them. Tell o'er your woes again by viewing mine. Chapter 1. Had an Edward till a Richard killed him. Chapter 1. Had a husband till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Chapter 1. Had a Richard too, and thou didst kill him. Chapter 1. Had a Rutland too, thou helpst to kill him. Queen Margaret. Thou hadst a Clarence too, and Richard killed him. From forth the kennel of thy womb hath crept a hellhound that doth hunt us all to death. That dog that had his teeth before his eyes, to worry lambs and lap their gentle blood. That excellent grand tyrant of the earth, that reigns in galled eyes of weeping souls. That foul defacer of God's handiwork, thy womb let loose to chase us to our graves. O upright, just, and true disposing God, how do I thank thee that this carnal cur preys on the issue of his mother's body, and makes her pew fellow with others moan. Chapter 500. UCHESS. O Harry's wife, triumph not in my woes. God witness with me, I have wept for thine. Queen Margaret. Bear with me, I am hungry for revenge, and now I cloy me with beholding it. Thy Edward he is dead, that killed my Edward. The other Edward dead, to quit my Edward. Young York he is but boot, because both they. Chapter 1000. Atched not the high perfection of my loss. Thy Clarence he is dead, that stabbed my Edward. And the beholders of this frantic play, adulterate Hastings, Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, untimely smothered in their dusky graves. Richard yet lives, hell's black intelligencer, only reserved their factor to buy souls, and send them thither, but at hand, ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray, to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Chapter 100. Ansel his bond of life, dear God, I pray, that I may live to say, the dog is dead. Queen Elizabeth. O thou didst prophesy the time would come, that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottled spider, that foul bunchback toad. Queen Margaret. Chapter 1. Called thee then, vain flourish of my fortune. Chapter 1. Called thee then, poor shadow, painted queen. The presentation of, but what I was. The flattering index of a direful pageant. One heaved a high to be hurled down below. A mother only mocked with two fair babes. A dream of what thou wast, a garish flag, to be the aim of every dangerous shot. A sign of dignity, a breath, a bubble. A queen in jest, only to fill the scene. Where is thy husband now? Where be thy brothers? Where are thy two sons? Wherein dost thou joy? Who sues and kneels and says, God save the Queen? Where be the bending peers that flattered thee? Where be the thronging troops that followed thee? Chapter 500. Decline all this, and see what now thou art. For happy wife, a most distressed widow. For joyful mother, one that wails the name. For one being sued to, one that humbly sues. For queen, a very caitiff crowned with care. For she that scorned at me, now scorned of me. For she being feared of all, now fearing one. For she commanding all, obeyed of none. Thus hath the course of justice wheeled about, and left thee but a very prey to time, having no more but thought of what thou wast, to torture thee the more, being what thou art. Thou didst usurp my place, and dost thou not usurp the just proportion of my sorrow? Now thy proud neck bears half my burdened yoke, from which even here I slip my weary head, and leave the burden of it all on thee. Farewell, York's wife, and queen of sad mischance. These English woes shall make me smile in France. Queen Elizabeth, O thou well skilled in curses, stay a while, and teach me how to curse mine enemies. Queen Margaret, forbear to sleep the night, and fast the days. Chapter 100. Compare dead happiness with living woe. Think that thy babes were sweeter than they were, and he that slew them fouler than he is. Bettering thy loss makes the bad causer worse. Revolving this will teach thee how to curse. Queen Elizabeth. Chapter 1000. Why words are dull, O quicken them with thine. Queen Margaret. Thy woes will make them sharp and pierce like mine. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Why should calamity be full of words? Queen Elizabeth. Windy attorneys to their clients' woes, airy succeeders of intestate joys, poor breathing orators of miseries. Chapter 50. At them have scope, though what they do impart help nothing else, yet do they ease the heart. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Chapter 1. If so then be not tongue-tied, go with me, and in the breath of bitter words let's smother. Chapter 1000. Why, damned son, that thy two sweet sons smothered? A trumpet sounds. The trumpet sounds, be copious in exclaims. Enter King Richard and his train, including Catesby, marching. King Richard, who intercepts me in my expedition. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Oh, she that might have intercepted thee, by strangling thee in her accursed womb, from all the slaughters, wretch, that thou hast done. Queen Elizabeth. Hidst thou that forehead with a golden crown, where should be branded, if that right were right, the slaughter of the prince that owed that crown, and the dire death of my poor sons and brothers. Tell me, thou villain slave, where are my children? Chapter 500. UCHESS. Thou toad, where is thy brother Clarence? And little Ned Plantagenet his son? Queen Elizabeth. Where is the gentle Rivers, Vaughan Grey? Chapter 500. UCHESS. Where is kind Hastings? King Richard. A flourish trumpets, strike alarum drums. Chapter 50. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women. Rail on the Lord's anointed, strike, I say. Flourish alarums. Either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war. Thus will I drown your exclamations. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Art thou my son, King Richard? I thank God, my father, in yourself. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Then patiently hear my impatience. King Richard. Chapter 1000. Adam, I have a touch of your condition that cannot brook the accent of reproof. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Oh, let me speak. King Richard. Chapter 500. Oh then, but I'll not hear. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Chapter 1. Will be mild and gentle in my words. King Richard. And brief, good mother, for I am in haste. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Art thou so hasty? I have stayed for thee. God knows, in torment and in agony. King Richard. And came I not at last to comfort you? Chapter 500. UCHESS. No, by the holy rood, thou know'st it well. Thou cam'st on earth to make the earth my hell. A grievous burden was thy birth to me. Tetchy and wayward was thy infancy. Thy schooldays frightful, disparate, wild and furious. Thy prime of manhood daring, bold, and venturous. Thy age confirmed, proud, subtle, sly, and bloody. Chapter 1000. Or mild, but yet more harmful, kind in hatred. What comfortable hour canst thou name, that ever graced me with thy company? King Richard. Faith, none but Humphrey Hower, that called your grace to breakfast once, forth of my company. Chapter 1. If I be so disgracious in your eye. Chapter 50. Let me march on, and not offend you, madam. Strike up the drum. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Chapter 1. Prithee, hear me speak. King Richard. You speak too bitterly. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Hear me a word, for I shall never speak to thee again. King Richard. So. Chapter 500. UCHESS. Either thou wilt die by God's just ordinance, ere from this war thou turn a conqueror, or I with grief and extreme age shall perish, and never more behold thy face again. Therefore take with thee my most grievous curse, which in the day of battle tire thee more than all the complete armor that thou wearest. Chapter 1000. Why prayers on the adverse party fight. And there the little souls of Edward's children whisper the spirits of thine enemies, and promise them success and victory. Bloody thou art, bloody will be thy end. Shame serves thy life, and doth thy death attend. Queen Elizabeth. Though far more cause, yet much less spirit to curse, abides in me, I say amen to her. King Richard. Stay, madam, I must talk a word with you. Queen Elizabeth. Chapter 1. Have no more sons of the royal blood for thee to slaughter, for my daughters, Richard. They shall be praying nuns, not weeping queens, and therefore level, not to hit their lives. King Richard. You have a daughter called Elizabeth. Chapter 6. Archeuse and fair, royal and gracious. Queen Elizabeth. And must she die for this? Oh, let her live. And I'll corrupt her manners, stain her beauty, slander myself as false to Edward's bed, throw over her the veil of infamy, so she may live unscarred of bleeding slaughter. Chapter 1. Will confess she was not Edward's daughter. King Richard. Wrong not her birth, she is a royal princess. Queen Elizabeth. To save her life, I'll say she is not so. King Richard. Her life is safest only in her birth. Queen Elizabeth. And only in that safety died her brothers. King Richard. Chapter 50. Oh, at their births good stars were opposite. Queen Elizabeth. No, to their lives ill friends were contrary. King Richard. All unavoided, is the doom of destiny. Queen Elizabeth. True, when avoided grace makes destiny. Chapter 1000. Why babes were destined to a fairer death. Chapter 1. If grace had blessed thee with a fairer life. King Richard. You speak as if that I had slain my cousins. Queen Elizabeth. Chapter 100. Thousands indeed, and by their uncle cousined. Of comfort, kingdom, kindred, freedom, life. Whose hand soever lanced their tender hearts. Thy head all indirectly gave direction. No doubt the murderous knife was dull and blunt, till it was whetted on thy stone-hard heart, to revel in the entrails of my lambs. But that still use of grief makes wild grief tame. Chapter 1000. Why tongue should to thy ears not name my boys, till that my nails were anchored in thine eyes, and I in such a disparate bay of death. Chapter 51. He a poor bark of sails and tackling reft, rush all to pieces on thy rocky bosom. King Richard. Chapter 1000. Adam, so thrive I in my enterprise, and dangerous success of bloody wars, as I intend more good to you and yours, than ever you or yours by me were harmed. Queen Elizabeth. What good is covered with the face of heaven, to be discovered that can do me good? King Richard. Advancement of your children, gentle lady. Queen Elizabeth. Up to some scaffold, there to lose their heads. King Richard. Unto the dignity and height of fortune, the high imperial type of this earth's glory. Queen Elizabeth. Flatter my sorrows with report of it. Tell me what state, what dignity, what honor. Chapter 100. Anst thou demise to any child of mine? King Richard. Even all I have, I and myself and all, will I withal endow a child of thine. So in the lethe of thy angry soul, thou drown the sad remembrance of those wrongs, which thou supposest I have done to thee. Queen Elizabeth. Be brief, lest that the process of thy kindness. Chapter 50. Ask longer telling than thy kindness date. King Richard. Then know that from my soul I love thy daughter. Queen Elizabeth. Chapter 1000. Why daughter's mother thinks it with her soul. King Richard. What do you think? Queen Elizabeth. That thou dost love my daughter from thy soul. So from thy soul's love didst thou love her brothers. And from my heart's love I do thank thee for it. King Richard. Be not so hasty to confound my meaning. Chapter 1. Mean that with my soul I love thy daughter, and do intend to make her Queen of England. Queen Elizabeth. Well then, who dost thou mean shall be her king? King Richard. Even he that makes her queen, who else should be? Queen Elizabeth. What thou? King Richard. Even so, how think you of it? Queen Elizabeth. How canst thou woo her? King Richard. That would I learn of you, as one being best acquainted with her humour. Queen Elizabeth. And wilt thou learn of me? King Richard. Chapter 1000. Adam, with all my heart. Queen Elizabeth. Send to her, by the man that slew her brothers, a pair of bleeding hearts thereon engrave. Edward and York, then haply will she weep. Therefore present to her, as sometimes Margaret. Chapter 999. to thy father, steeped in Rutland's blood. A handkerchief which, say to her, did drain the purple sap from her sweet brother's body, and bid her wipe her weeping eyes withal. Chapter 1. If this inducement move her not to love, send her a letter of thy noble deeds. Tell her thou mad'st away her uncle Clarence, her uncle Rivers, aye, and for her sake. Chapter 1000. Ad'st quick conveyance with her good Aunt Anne. King Richard. You mock me, madam, this is not the way to win your daughter, Queen Elizabeth. There is no other way, unless thou couldst put on some other shape, and not be Richard that hath done all this. King Richard. Say that I did all this for love of her, Queen Elizabeth. Nay, then indeed she cannot choose but hate thee, having bought love with such a bloody spoil. King Richard. Chapter 50. Ook what is done cannot be now amended. Chapter 1000. N shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours gives leisure to repent. Chapter 1. If I did take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends, I'll give it to your daughter. Chapter 1. If I have killed the issue of your womb, to quicken your increase, I will beget. Chapter 1001. Ni issue of your blood upon your daughter. A grandam's name is little less in love than is the doting title of a mother. They are as children, but one step below, even of your metal, of your very blood, of all one pain, save for a night of groans, endured of her, for whom you bid like sorrow. Your children were vexation to your youth, but mine shall be a comfort to your age. The loss you have is but a son being king, and by that loss your daughter is made queen. Chapter 1. Cannot make you what amends I would. Therefore accept such kindness as I can. Chapter 500. Or set your son that with a fearful soul. Chapter 50. Eads discontented steps in foreign soil. This fair alliance quickly shall call home to high promotions and great dignity. The king that calls your beauteous daughter wife, familiarly shall call thy Dorset brother. Again shall you be mother to a king, and all the ruins of distressful times repaired with double riches of content. What we have many goodly days to see. The liquid drops of tears that you have shed shall come again, transformed to orient pearl, advantaging their loan with interest of 10 times double gain of happiness. Go then, my mother, to thy daughter go. Chapter 1000. Ache bold her bashful years with your experience. Prepare her ears to hear a wooer's tale. Put in her tender heart aspiring flame of golden sovereignty, acquaint the princess with the sweet silent hours of marriage joys. And when this arm of mine hath chastised the petty rebel, dull-brained Buckingham, bound with triumphant garlands will I come, and lead thy daughter to a conqueror's bed, to whom I will retail my conquest won, and she shall be sole victoress, Caesar's Caesar. Queen Elizabeth. What were I best to say, her father's brother? Would be her lord, or shall I say her uncle? Or he that slew her brothers and her uncles? Under what title shall I woo for thee? That guard the law, my honor, and her love. Chapter 100. And make seem pleasing to her tender years. King Richard. Chapter 1. Infer fair England's peace by this alliance. Queen Elizabeth, which she shall purchase with still lasting war. King Richard. Tell her the king that may command entreats. Queen Elizabeth. That at her hands which the king's king forbids. King Richard. Say she shall be a high and mighty queen. Queen Elizabeth. To veil the title as her mother doth. King Richard. Say I will love her everlastingly. Queen Elizabeth. But how long shall that title ever last? King Richard. Sweetly enforce unto her fair life's end. Queen Elizabeth. But how long fairly shall her sweet life last? King Richard. As long as heaven and nature lengthens it. Queen Elizabeth. As long as hell and Richard likes of it. King Richard. Say I her sovereign am her subject low. Queen Elizabeth. But she, your subject, loathe such sovereignty. King Richard. Be eloquent in my behalf to her. Queen Elizabeth. An honest tale speeds best being plainly told. King Richard. Then plainly to her tell my loving tale. Queen Elizabeth. Plain and not honest is too harsh a style. King Richard. Your reasons are too shallow and too quick. Queen Elizabeth. Oh no, my reasons are too deep and dead. Too deep and dead, poor infants in their graves. King Richard. Harp not on that string, madam, that is past. Queen Elizabeth. Harp on it still shall I till heartstrings break. King Richard. Now by my George, my garter and my crown. Queen Elizabeth. Profaned, dishonored, and the third usurped. King Richard. Chapter 1, Swear. Queen Elizabeth. By nothing, for this is no oath. Thy George, profaned, hath lost his lordly honour. Thy garter, blemished, pawned his knightly virtue. Thy crown, usurped, disgraced his kingly glory. Chapter 1, If something thou wouldst swear to be believed. Swear then by something that thou hast not wronged. King Richard. Now by the world. Queen Elizabeth. 'Tis full of thy foul wrongs. King Richard. Chapter 1000, Why Father's Death. Queen Elizabeth. Thy life hath that dishonoured. King Richard. Then by myself. Queen Elizabeth. Thyself is self-misused. King Richard. Why then by God? Queen Elizabeth. God's wrong is most of all. Chapter 1, If thou didst fear to break an oath with him. The unity the king my husband made. Thou hadst not broken, nor my brothers died. Chapter 1, If thou hadst feared to break an oath by him. Imperial metal circling now thy head. Had graced the tender temples of my child. And both the princes had been breathing here. Which now two tender bedfellows for dust. Thy broken faith hath made a prey for worms. What canst thou swear by now? King Richard. The time to come. Queen Elizabeth. That thou hast wronged in the time o'erpast. For I myself have many tears to wash. Hereafter time, for time past wronged by thee. The children live, whose fathers thou hast slaughtered. Ungoverned youth, to wail it in their age. The parents live, whose children thou hast butchered. Old barren plants, to wail it with their age. Swear not by time to come, for that thou hast. Chapter 1001, Sust e'er used by times ill-used or past. King Richard. As I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous affairs. Of hostile arms myself confound. Heaven and fortune bar me happy hours. Chapter 500. I yield me not thy light nor night thy rest. Be opposite all planets of good luck to my proceeding if, with dear heart's love. Chapter 1999. Oculate devotion, holy thoughts. Chapter 1. Tender not thy beauteous princely daughter. Chapter 1. In her consists my happiness and thine. Without her follows to myself and thee. Herself, the land, and many a Christian soul. Chapter 500. Earth, desolation, ruin, and decay. Chapter 1. Tea cannot be avoided but by this. Chapter 1. Tea will not be avoided but by this. Therefore, dear mother, I must call you so. Be the attorney of my love to her. Plead what I will be, not what I have been. Not my deserts, but what I will deserve. Urge the necessity and state of times. And be not peevish found in great designs. Queen Elizabeth. Shall I be tempted of the devil thus? King Richard. I, if the devil tempt you to do good. Queen Elizabeth. Shall I forget myself to be myself? King Richard. I, if yourself's remembrance wrong yourself. Queen Elizabeth. Yet thou didst kill my children. King Richard. But in your daughter's womb I bury them, where in that nest of spicery they will breed. Selves of themselves to your recomfiture. Queen Elizabeth. Shall I go win my daughter to thy will? King Richard. And be a happy mother by the deed. Queen Elizabeth. Chapter 1. Go, write to me very shortly, and you shall understand from me her mind. King Richard. Bear her my true love's kiss, and so farewell. Kissing her, exit Queen Elizabeth. Relenting fool and shallow changing woman. Enter Ratcliffe. How now, what news? RATCLIFFE. Chapter 1000. Asked mighty sovereign on the western coast. Rideth a puissant navy to our shores. Throng many doubtful hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral, and there they hull, expecting but the aid of Buckingham to welcome them ashore. King Richard. Some lightfoot friend post to the Duke of Norfolk. Ratcliffe thyself or Catesby, where is he? Chapter 100. ATESBY. Here, my good lord. King Richard. Chapter 100. Atesby fly to the Duke. Chapter 100. ATESBY. Chapter 1. Will my lord with all convenient haste. King Richard. Ratcliffe come hither, post to Salisbury. When thou comest thither, dull, unmindful villain, why stayst thou here, and goest not to the Duke? Chapter 100. ATESBY. First, mighty liege, tell me your highness' pleasure. What from your grace I shall deliver to him. King Richard. O true, good Catesby, bid him levy straight the greatest strength and power that he can make, and meet me suddenly at Salisbury. Chapter 100. ATESBY. Chapter 1. Go. RATCLIFFE. What may it please you, shall I do at Salisbury? King Richard. Why, what wouldst thou do there before I go? ratcliff. Your Highness told me I should post before. King Richard. Chapter 1000, Why Mind is Changed. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby. Stanley, what news with you? Stanley. None good, my liege, to please you with the hearing. Nor none so bad, but well may be reported. King Richard. Hoyday, a riddle, neither good nor bad. What needst thou run so many miles about, when thou mayst tell thy tale the nearest way? Once more, what news? Stanley. Richmond is on the seas. King Richard. There let him sink, and be the seas on him. White-livered runagate, what doth he there? Stanley. Chapter 1, Know not, mighty sovereign, but by guess. King Richard. Well, as you guess. Stanley. Stirred up by Dorset, Buckingham, and Morton, he makes for England, here to claim the crown. King Richard. Chapter 1, the chair empty, is the sword unswayed. Chapter 1, the king dead, the empire unpossessed. What heir of York is there alive but we? And who is England's king but great York's heir? Then tell me, what makes he upon the seas? Stanley. Unless for that, my liege, I cannot guess. King Richard. Unless for that he comes to be your liege. You cannot guess wherefore the Welshman comes. Thou wilt revolt and fly to him, I fear. Stanley. No, my good lord, therefore mistrust me not. King Richard. Where is thy power then to beat him back? Where be thy tenants and thy followers? Are they not now upon the western shore, safe conducting the rebels from their ships? Stanley. No, my good lord, my friends are in the north. King Richard. Chapter 100, Old friends to me, what do they in the north, when they should serve their sovereign in the west? Stanley. They have not been commanded, mighty king. Pleaseth your majesty to give me leave. Chapter 1, I'll muster up my friends and meet your grace, where and what time your majesty shall please. King Richard. Aye, thou wouldst be gone to join with Richmond, but I'll not trust thee. Stanley. Chapter 1000, Asked mighty sovereign. You have no cause to hold my friendship doubtful. Chapter 1, Never was nor never will be false. King Richard. Go then and muster men, but leave behind your son George Stanley, look your heart be firm, or else his head's assurance is but frail. Stanley. So deal with him, as I prove true to you. Enter a messenger. Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Chapter 1000, Why gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, as I by friends am well advertised. Sir Edward Courtenay and the haughty prelate, Bishop of Exeter, his elder brother, with many more confederates, are in arms. Enter another messenger. Second messenger. Chapter 1, In Kent, my liege, the Guilfords are in arms, and every hour more competitors flock to the rebels, and their power grows strong. Enter another messenger. Third messenger. Chapter 1000, Why Lord, the army of great Buckingham. King Richard. Out on you owls, nothing but songs of death. There take thou that, till thou bring better news. Third messenger. The news I have to tell your majesty. Chapter 1, that by sudden floods and fall of waters, Buckingham's army is dispersed and scattered, and he himself wandered away alone. No man knows whither. King Richard. Chapter 1. Cry thee mercy. There is my purse to cure that blow of thine. Hath any well-advised friend proclaimed reward to him that brings the traitor in? Third messenger. Such proclamation hath been made, my lord. Enter another messenger. Fourth messenger. Sir Thomas Lovell and Lord Marquis Dorset. 'Tis said, my liege, in Yorkshire are in arms. But this good comfort bring I to your highness. The Breton navy is dispersed by tempest. Richmond in Dorsetshire sent out a boat unto the shore to ask those on the banks. Chapter 1. If they were his assistants, yea or no. Who answered him, they came from Buckingham. Upon his party, he, mistrusting them, hoised sail and made his course again for Brittany. King Richard. Chapter 1000. March on, since we are up in arms. Chapter 1. Not to fight with foreign enemies, yet to beat down these rebels here at home. Enter Catesby. Chapter 100. Atsby. Chapter 1000. Why liege the Duke of Buckingham is taken. That is the best news, that the Earl of Richmond. Chapter 1. With a mighty power landed at Milford. Chapter 1. Colder tidings, yet they must be told. King Richard. Away towards Salisbury, while we reason. A royal battle might be won and lost. Someone take order Buckingham be brought. To Salisbury, the rest march on with me. Flourish exeunt. Scene 5. A room in Lord Stanley's house. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby, and Sir Christopher Urswick. Stanley. Sir Christopher, tell Richmond this from me, that in the sty of the most deadly boar. Chapter 1000. Why son George Stanley is franked up in hold. Chapter 1. If I revolt, off goes young George's head. The fear of that holds off my present aid. So get thee gone, commend me to thy lord. Withal say that the Queen hath heartily consented he should espouse Elizabeth her daughter. But tell me, where is princely Richmond now? Chapter 100. Characterize. At Pembroke, or at Haverfordwest in Wales. Stanley. What men of name resort to him? Chapter 100. Characterize. Sir Walter Herbert, a renowned soldier. Sir Gilbert Talbot, Sir William Stanley. Oxford, redoubted Pembroke, Sir James Blunt. And Rice ap Thomas, with a valiant crew. And many other, of great name and worths. And towards London do they bend their power. Chapter 1. If by the way they be not fought withal. Stanley. Well, hie thee to thy lord, I kiss his hand. Chapter 1000. Why letter will resolve him of my mind. Farewell. Act 5. Scene 1. Salisbury, an open place. Enter sheriff and halberds with Buckingham, led to execution. Buckingham. Will not King Richard let me speak with him? Sheriff. No, my good lord, therefore be patient. Buckingham. Hastings and Edward's children, Grey and Rivers. Holy King Henry, and thy fair son Edward. Chapter 5. Owen and all that have miscarried. By underhand, corrupted foul injustice. Chapter 1. That your moody discontented souls. Chapter 500. Oh, through the clouds behold this present hour. Even for revenge mark my destruction. This is All Souls' Day, fellow, is it not? Sheriff. Chapter 1, T is. Buckingham. Why then All Souls' Day is my body's doomsday. This is the day which, in King Edward's time, Chapter 1, wished might fall on me when I was found. Falls to his children and his wife's allies. This is the day wherein I wish to fall. By the false faith of him whom most I trusted. This All Souls' Day to my fearful soul. Chapter 1, the determined respite of my wrongs. That high all-seer, which I dallied with, hath turned my vain prayer on my head, and given in earnest what I begged in jest. Thus doth he force the swords of wicked men to turn their own points in their masters' bosoms. Thus Margaret's curse falls heavy on my neck. When he, quoth she, shall split thy heart with sorrow. Remember Margaret was a prophetess. Chapter 100, lead me, officers, to the block of shame. Wrong hath but wrong, and blame the due of blame. Exit with officers. Scene 2, plain near Tamworth. Enter Richmond, Oxford, Blunt, Herbert and others, with drum and colours. Richmond. Fellows in arms, and my most loving friends. Bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny. Thus far into the bowels of the land have we marched on without impediment. And here receive we from our father Stanley. Chapter 51, Ness of fair comfort and encouragement. The wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash, and makes his trough. Chapter 1, in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine. Chapter 1, now even in the centre of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but 1 day's march. Chapter 1, in God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace. By this one bloody trial of sharp war. Oxford. Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against that guilty homicide. Herbert. Chapter 1, doubt not but his friends will turn to us. Blunt. He hath no friends, but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly from him. Richmond. All for our vantage, then in God's name march. True hope is swift, and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings. Scene 3, Bosworth Field. Enter King Richard in arms, with Norfolk, Ratcliffe, and the Earl of Surrey with others. King Richard. Here pitch our tent, even here in Bosworth Field. Chapter 1000, Why Lord of Surrey, why look you so sad? Surrey. Chapter 1000, Why heart is 10 times lighter than my looks. King Richard. Chapter 1000, Why Lord of Norfolk? Norfolk. Here, most gracious Lidge. King Richard. Norfolk, we must have Knox, how must we not? Norfolk. We must both give and take, my loving lord. King Richard. Up with my tent, here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow, well, all's one for that. Who hath descried the number of the traitors? Norfolk. 6 or 7,000 is their utmost power. King Richard. Why our battalia trebles that account? Besides, the king's name is a tower of strength, which they upon the adverse faction want. Up with the tent, come, noble gentlemen. Chapter 50, let us survey the vantage of the ground. Chapter 100, all for some men of sound direction. Chapter 50, let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For lords, tomorrow is a busy day. The tent is now ready, exeunt. Enter Richmond, Sir William Brandon, Oxford, Herbert, Blunt, and others who pitch Richmond's tent. Richmond. The weary sun hath made a golden set, and by the bright track of his fiery car gives token of a goodly day tomorrow. Sir William Brandon, you shall bear my standard. Give me some ink and paper in my tent. Chapter 1 will draw the form and model of our battle. Chapter 10:50, each leader to his several charge. And part in just proportion our small power. Chapter 1000, why Lord of Oxford you, Sir William Brandon. And you, Sir Walter Herbert, stay with me. The Earl of Pembroke keeps his regiment. Good Captain Blunt, bear my good night to him. And by the second hour in the morning. Chapter 500, Esher the Earl to see me in my tent. Yet one thing more, good Captain, do for me. Where is Lord Stanley quartered, do you know? Blunt. Unless I have mistan his colours much, which well I am assured I have not done. His regiment lies half a mile at least south from the mighty power of the king. Richmond. Chapter 1, if without peril it be possible. Sweet Blunt, make some good means to speak with him, and give him from me this most needful note. Blunt. Upon my life, my lord, I'll undertake it. And so God give you quiet rest tonight. Richmond. Good night, good Captain Blunt. Chapter 100, gentlemen. Chapter 50, let us consult upon tomorrow's business. Chapter 1, into my tent, the dew is raw and cold. Richmond, Brandon, Herbert, and Oxford withdraw into the tent, the others exeunt. Enter to his tent, King Richard, Ratcliffe, Norfolk, and Catesby with soldiers. King Richard. What is't o'clock? Chapter 100, ATSBY. Chapter 1, 'tis supper time, my lord, it's 9 o'clock. King Richard. Chapter 1, will not sup tonight, give me some ink and paper. What is my beaver easier than it was? And all my armour laid into my tent. Chapter 100, ATSBY. Chapter 1, is my liege, and all things are in readiness. King Richard. Good Norfolk, hie thee to thy charge. Use careful watch, choose trusty sentinels. Norfolk. Chapter 1, go, my lord. King Richard. Stir with the lark tomorrow, gentle Norfolk. Norfolk. Chapter 1, warrant you, my lord. King Richard. Chapter 100, 8sb. Chapter 100, ATSBY. Chapter 1000, why lord. King Richard. Send out a pursuivant at arms. To Stanley's regiment, bid him bring his power. Before sunrising, lest his son George fall. Chapter 1, NTO the blind cave of eternal night. Fill me a bowl of wine, give me a watch. Saddle white Surrey for the field tomorrow. Chapter 50, ook that my staves be sound and not too heavy. Radcliffe. RATCLIFFE. Chapter 1000, why lord. King Richard. Saw'st thou the melancholy Lord Northumberland? RATCLIFFE. Thomas the Earl of Surrey and himself. Chapter 1000. Uch about cockshut time from troop to troop. Went through the army, cheering up the soldiers. King Richard. So I am satisfied, give me a bowl of wine. Chapter 1. Have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Set it down, is ink and paper ready. RATCLIFFE. Chapter 1. T is my lord. King Richard. Bid my guard watch, leave me. Ratcliffe about the mid of night, come to my tent. And help to arm me, leave me, I say. Exit Ratcliffe, Richard withdraws into his tent, attendant soldiers guard it. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby to Richmond, in his tent. Stanley. Fortune and victory, sit on thy helm. Richmond. All comfort that the dark night can afford be to thy person, noble father-in-law. Tell me how fares our loving mother. Stanley. Chapter 1. By attorney, bless thee from thy mother, who prays continually for Richmond's good. So much for that, the silent hours steal on, and flaky darkness breaks within the east. Chapter 1. End brief, for so the season bids us be. Prepare thy battle early in the morning, and put thy fortune to the arbitrament of bloody strokes and mortal-staring war. Chapter 1. As I may, that which I would I cannot, with best advantage will deceive the time, and aid thee in this doubtful shock of arms. But on thy side I may not be too forward. Chapter 50. Est, being seen thy brother tender George be executed in his father's sight. Farewell the leisure and the fearful time. Chapter 100. Uts off the ceremonious vows of love, an ample interchange of sweet discourse, which so long sundered friends should dwell upon. God give us leisure for these rites of love. Once more adieu, be valiant and speed well. Richmond. Good lords, conduct him to his regiment. Chapter 1. Will strive with troubled thoughts to take a nap. Chapter 50. Est leaden slumber pies me down tomorrow, when I should mount with wings of victory. Once more, good night, kind lords and gentlemen. All but Richmond leave his tent. O thou, whose captain I account myself. Chapter 50. Ook on my forces with a gracious eye. Put in their hands thy bruising irons of wrath, that they may crush down with a heavy fall usurping helmets of our adversaries. Chapter 1000. Ake us thy ministers of chastisement, that we may praise thee in the victory. To thee I do commend my watchful soul, ere I let fall the windows of mine eyes. Sleeping and waking, oh, defend me still. Enter the ghost of young Prince Edward, son to Harry the Sixth. Ghost of Edward. To King Richard, let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Think how thou stabbedst me in my prime of youth. At Tewkesbury, despair therefore and die. Be cheerful, Richmond, for the wronged souls of butchered princes fight in thy behalf. King Henry's issue, Richmond, comforts thee. Enter the ghost of Henry the Sixth. Ghost of Henry. To King Richard, when I was mortal, my anointed body by thee was punched full of deadly holes. Think on the Tower and me, despair and die. Harry the Sixth bids thee despair and die. Virtuous and holy be thou conqueror. Harry, that prophesied thou shouldst be king. Chapter 500. Oth comfort thee in thy sleep, live and flourish. Enter the ghost of Clarence. Ghost of Clarence. To King Richard, let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow. Chapter 1, that was washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle, think on me. And fall thy edgeless sword, despair and die. Thou offspring of the house of Lancaster, the wronged heirs of York do pray for thee. Good angels guard thy battle, live and flourish. Enter the ghosts of Rivers, Grey and Vaughan. Ghost of Rivers. To King Richard, let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Ghost of Grey. To King Richard, think upon Grey and let thy soul despair. Ghost of Vaughan. To King Richard, think upon Vaughan and with guilty fear. Chapter 50, et fall thy lance, despair and die. All three. Awake and think our wrongs in Richard's bosom. We'll conquer him, awake and win the day. Enter the ghost of Hastings. Ghost of Hastings. To King Richard, bloody and guilty, guiltily awake. And in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die. Quiet untroubled soul, awake, awake. Arm, fight, and conquer for fair England's sake. Enter the ghosts of the two young princes. Ghosts of Princes. To King Richard, dream on thy cousins smothered in the tower. Chapter 50, let us be laid within thy bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephews' souls bid thee despair and die. Sleep, Richmond, sleep in peace, and wake in joy. Good angels, guard thee from the boar's annoy. Chapter 54, and beget a happy race of kings. Edward's unhappy sons do bid thee flourish. Enter the ghost of Lady Anne, his wife. Ghost of Anne. To King Richard, Richard thy wife, that wretched Anne thy wife, that never slept a quiet hour with thee, now fills thy sleep with perturbations. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword, despair and die. Thou quiet soul, sleep thou a quiet sleep. Chapter 500, Ream of Success and Happy Victory. Thy adversary's wife doth pray for thee. Enter the ghost of Buckingham. Ghost of Buckingham. To King Richard, the first was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness. Chapter 500, dream on of bloody deeds and death. Fainting, despair, despairing, yield thy breath. I died for hope ere I could lend thee aid. But cheer thy heart, and be thou not dismayed. God and good angels fight on Richmond's side, and Richard fall in height of all his pride. King Richard starts up out of his dream. King Richard, give me another horse, bind up my wounds. Have mercy, Jesu, soft, I did but dream. O coward conscience, how dost thou afflict me? The lights burn blue, it is now dead midnight. Chapter 100, old fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear, myself, there's none else by. Richard loves Richard, that is, I am I. Chapter 1, is there a murderer here? No, yes I am. Then fly, what from myself, great reason why. Chapter 50, est I revenge, what myself upon myself. Alack, I love myself, wherefore, for any good that I myself have done unto myself. Oh no, alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. Chapter 1. Am a villain, yet I lie I am not. Fool, of thyself speak well, fool, do not flatter. Chapter 1000. Why conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury, perjury, in the highest degree. Chapter 1000. Murder, stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in H degree. Throng to the bar, crying all guilty, guilty. Chapter 1. Shall despair, there is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul will pity me. And wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself? Chapter 1000. He thought the souls of all that I had murdered. Chapter 100. Aim to my tent, and everyone did threat tomorrow's vengeance on the head of Richard. Enter Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe. Chapter 1000. Why Lord? King Richard. Zounds, who's there? Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe, my lord, 'tis I the early village cock, hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up, and buckle on their armour. King Richard. O Ratcliffe, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What think'st thou, will our friends prove all true? Ratcliffe. No doubt, my lord. King Richard. O Ratcliffe, I fear, I fear. Ratcliffe. Nay, good my lord, be not afraid of shadows. King Richard. By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers, armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond. 'Tis not yet near day, come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to see if any mean to shrink from me. Exeunt Richard and Ratcliffe. Enter the lords to Richmond in his tent. Chapter 50. Ords. Good morrow, Richmond. Richmond. Chapter 100. Wry mercy, lords and watchful gentlemen, that you have ta'en a tardy sluggard here. Chapter 50. Ords. How have you slept, my lord? Richmond. The sweetest sleep and fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lords. Chapter 1000. He thought their souls whose bodies Richard murdered. Chapter 100. Aim to my tent and cried on victory. Chapter 1. Promise you, my heart is very jocund. Chapter 1. End the remembrance of so fair a dream. How far into the morning is it, lords? Chapter 50. Ords. Upon the stroke of 4. Richmond. Why then, 'tis time to arm and give direction. His oration to his soldiers. Chapter 1000. Or than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell upon, yet remember this: God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls. Chapter 51. Key high-reared bulwarks stand before our faces. Richard, except those whom we fight against, had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow, truly, gentlemen? A bloody tyrant and a homicide, one raised in blood and one in blood established, one that made means to come by what he hath, and slaughtered those that were the means to help him. A base foul stone made precious by the foil of England's chair where he is falsely set, one that hath ever been God's enemy? Then, if you fight against God's enemy, God will, in justice, ward you as his soldiers. Chapter 1. If you do sweat to put a tyrant down, you sleep in peace, the tyrant being slain. Chapter 1. If you do fight against your country's foes, your country's fat shall pay your pains the higher. Chapter 1. If you do fight in safeguard of your wives, your wives shall welcome home the conquerors. Chapter 1. If you do free your children from the sword, your children's children quits it in your age. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold corpse on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory. Enter King Richard, Ratcliffe and soldiers. King Richard. What said Northumberland as touching Richmond? Ratcliffe. That he was never trained up in arms. King Richard. He said the truth, and what said Surrey then? Ratcliffe. He smiled and said, the better for our purpose. King Richard. He was in the right, and so indeed it is. The clock striketh. Tell the clock there, give me a calendar. Who saw the sun today? Ratcliffe. Not I, my lord. King Richard. Then he disdains to shine, for by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe. Chapter 1000. Why Lord? King Richard. The sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lure upon our army. Chapter 1. Would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today, why what is that to me? Chapter 1000. Or than to Richmond, for the self-same heaven that frowns on me, looks sadly upon him. Enter Norfolk. Norfolk. Arm, arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the field. King Richard. Chapter 100. Bustle, bustle, caparison my horse. Chapter 100. All up Lord Stanley, bid him bring his power. Chapter 1. Will lead forth my soldiers to the plain, and thus my battle shall be ordered. Chapter 1000. Why forward shall be drawn out all in length. Chapter 100. Consisting equally of horse and foot. Our archers shall be placed in the midst. John Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Earl of Surrey, shall have the leading of this foot and horse. They thus directed, we will follow. Chapter 1. In the main battle, whose puissance on either side shall be well winged with our chiefest horse. This and St. George to boot, what think'st thou, Norfolk? Norfolk. A good direction, warlike sovereign. He showeth him a paper. This found I on my tent this morning. King Richard. Jockey of Norfolk, be not too bold. For Dickon, thy master is bought and sold. A thing devised by the enemy. Go, gentlemen, every man unto his charge. Chapter 50. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls. Chapter 100. Nonsense is but a word that cowards use. Chapter 500. Advised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. Chapter 1000. Arch on, join bravely, let us to it pell-mell. Chapter 1. If not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell. His oration to his army. What shall I say more than I have inferred? Remember whom you are to cope withal. A sort of vagabonds, rascals, and runaways. A scum of Bretons and base lackey peasants, whom their o'ercloyed country vomits forth, to desperate adventures and assured destruction. You sleeping safe, they bring to you unrest. You having lands and blessed with beauteous wives, they would restrain the one, disdain the other. And who doth lead them but a paltry fellow? Chapter 50, Unkept in Brittany at our mother's cost. A milksop, one that never in his life felt so much cold as overshoes in snow. Chapter 50, Let's whip these stragglers o'er the seas again. Chapter 50, Ash hence these overweening rags of France. These famished beggars, weary of their lives, who, but for dreaming on this fond exploit, for want of means, poor rats, had hanged themselves. Chapter 1, If we be conquered, let men conquer us, and not these bastard Bretons, whom our fathers have in their own land beaten, barbed, and thumped, and in record left them the heirs of shame. Shall these enjoy our lands, lie with our wives, ravish our daughters? Hark, I hear their drum. Fight, gentlemen of England, fight, bold yeomen. Chapter 500, Raw archers, draw your arrows to the head. Spur your proud horses hard, and ride in blood. Amaze the welkin with your broken staves. Enter a messenger. What says Lord Stanley, will he bring his power? Chapter 1000, ESSENGR. Chapter 1000, Why Lord he doth deny to come. King Richard. Off with his son, George's head. Norfolk. Chapter 1000, Why Lord the enemy is past the marsh. After the battle, let George Stanley die. King Richard. 1,000 hearts are great within my bosom. Advance our standards, set upon our foes. Our ancient word of courage, fair Saint George. Chapter 1, Inspire us with the spleen of fiery dragons. Upon them, victory sits on our helms. Scene 4, Another part of the field. Alarum, excursions, enter Norfolk and soldiers, to him Catesby. Chapter 100, ATESBY. Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue, rescue. The king enacts more wonders than a man. Chapter 500, Owing an opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost. Exeunt Norfolk and soldiers. Alarum, enter King Richard. King Richard. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Chapter 100, ATESBY. Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse. King Richard. Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. Chapter 1, Think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Scene 5, Another part of the field. Alarum, enter King Richard and Richmond, they fight. Richard is slain, then retreat being sounded. Richmond exits, and Richard's body is carried off. Flourish. Enter Richmond, Stanley Earl of Derby, bearing the crown, with other lords and soldiers. Richmond. God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours, the bloody dog is dead. Stanley. Chapter 100, O outrageous Richmond, well hast thou acquit thee. Chapter 50, O hear this long usurped royalty. From the dead temples of this bloody wretch have I plucked off to grace thy brows withal. Wear it, enjoy it, and make much of it. Richmond. Great God of heaven, say Amen to all. But tell me, is young George Stanley living? Stanley. He is, my lord, and safe in Leicester town. Whither, if it please you, we may now withdraw us. Richmond. What men of name are slain on either side? Stanley. John, Duke of Norfolk, Walter, Lord Ferrers, Sir Robert Brakenbury, and Sir William Brandon. Richmond. Chapter 1. Inter their bodies as becomes their births. Proclaim a pardon to the soldiers fled, that in submission will return to us. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. Smile heaven upon this fair conjunction, that long have frowned upon their enmity. What traitor hears me and says not Amen? England hath long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son, compelled, been butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Chapter 1003, ed. In their dire division. Oh, now let Richmond and Elizabeth, the true succeeders of each royal house, by God's fair ordinance conjoin together, and let their heirs, God, if thy will be so, enrich the time to come with smooth-faced peace, with smiling plenty and fair prosperous days. Abate the edge of traitors, gracious Lord, that would reduce these bloody days again, and make poor England weep in streams of blood. Chapter 50. Let them not live to taste this land's increase, that would with treason wound this fair land's peace. Now civil wounds are stopped, peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say Amen.